Okay, so we should be connected now. Let me go ahead and get the link for the live stream. Okay, it's right here. So if you're interested in taking a look at the live stream, it's going to be at this link that I'm leaving in the chat right now. All right, so let's start our last session then. For here, okay. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and this is web app. Well, this should be web app session 8, and this is going to be Burp Suite. We're going to be covering this popular web app hacking tool. This is the 8th intro to web app hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. So in the previous workshop, we were talking about, we practiced all of our SQL injection. So we learned about a couple of different types of SQL injection. The first type that we learned is union-based SQL injection. And we practiced doing SQL union injection attacks on both the DVWA app and the TryHackMe and Pico CTF apps. We also practiced performing the SQL login bypass attack with the Pico CTF web app challenges. And we're going to be learning about a new topic today, and the topic is going to be Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is the name of a web app security program that all the professionals use. It's an industry standard app used for web app security testing. So let's learn more with TryHackMe. So we're going to be using the same TryHackMe room that we used in the previous couple of sessions, but we're going to be taking it on from a kind of new perspective. And let me grab the link for that over here. So I think I can copy, let me just copy it from the GitHub page. All right, so this is the GitHub page here, and this is the link. So I'm providing the link to everybody in the live chat. Okay. All right. So in this DVWA room, we're going to be using this as kind of a testing place to learn about the Burp Suite tool. So we need to do a couple of things to prepare. The first thing we need to do is we need to start up the DVWA room. So okay, so we've got a new arrival. So what we're doing is we're going to go to the TryHackMe room over here, and let me provide the link to that. So the link is over here, and what we want to do is after we arrive on the page over here is we want to start up our machine associated with the DVWA room. So under task 1 here, you want to click on this green button over here labeled Start Machine. So go ahead and click on that. Okay, so that's going to start up the machine. It's going to take about a minute to load up. And we can also click on the Start Attack Box button over here. So at the top of the page, underneath the DVWA logo, there's going to be a little button labeled Start Attack Box. We need to click on that to start up our attacking machine, which we're going to use Burp Suite. So go ahead and click on the Start Attack Box button. And after you do, you're going to see that the web page browser splits into two, like this. So if you manage to click on both the Start Attack Box button and the green Start Machine button under task number 1 on the DVWA page, you're going to see the loading bar over here on the right hand side, and you're going to see the red target machine information on the left hand side. So if you see both of these, please type in the chat My stuff is starting up. Smiley face. So if you're lost and you need some links or some other information about what we're doing today, then please let us know in chat as well. We need to wait about another minute for this machine to initialize. So in the meantime, I've got a bunch of bird videos that we can watch. So let's see. So here's some birds over at the bird feeder, and I like to call this one the jerk bird. So this sparrow over here isn't letting anybody else get near its food. So it's just flapping its wings and fighting with the other sparrows so that they don't steal the stuff that he's eating. So we're just going to wait for another 30 seconds, and then we'll check in on the try hack me stuff. So this bird keeps on sticking around over here for a long time, and the other birds are lining up and they're trying to get to the food, but they can't. So anytime the birds get close, this bird over here is going to start flapping its wings and being aggressive. The other birds really want to get to that bowl and eat that food, so they start fighting. Anyways, okay, let's all this drama. Anyways, let's check in on the attack box. Okay, so after the attack box finishes initializing, you should see this terminal right here. And if your terminal has finished loading up, please let us know by typing in the chat, my stuff has finished initializing. How do you spell that? Initializing. Smiley face. Okay. So after your attack box is finished initializing, we want to put the attack box in its own browser tab. And we can do that by clicking on this button down here. So the browser tab is split into two. You need to go down the middle of the page, and then we need to click on this button at the bottom over here. It's two arrows, and the button is labeled View in Full Screen. So you just need to click on that, and then the attack box will be put into its own browser tab, just like this, in full screen. And this is what we like to see, because Burp Suite takes up a lot of room, and we can't look at Burp Suite when we're in this tiny half view. So after we do that, we can go over to the other Try Hack Me page, and then we can go down to the bottom of the page, and to the right, there's a button called Exit Split View. So once we click on that, then we're going to get our browser tab in full screen again. So one page is going to have the DVWA Try Hack Me page, and the other browser tab is going to have the attack box interface. So the attack box interface here, user PK says Grinch. Yep, there's the Grinch, but it's the purple version of the Grinch. So he's right here. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start up the program that we want to run today. And the program that we want to run today is called Burp Suite. So the name's a little weird, but the button you want to press is going to be on the right-hand side, on the bottom, on the right-hand side in the middle of the page, and it's this button right here, which is labeled Burp Suite Community Edition. So you need to click on that, and that's going to start up Burp Suite. It's going to take a little while to initialize. And that's fine because we've got a few things to talk about while this thing loads up. So over here, we're going to talk a little bit about what this program is. So the program is called Burp Suite, and what the program is, it's a web app testing tool of choice for cybersecurity professionals who test web apps. it can intercept the traffic from web apps and do all sorts of stuff with the data that it gets from the web apps. So what is Burp Suite? So Burp Suite captures and enables the modification of web traffic between the browser and the server, and includes the following 5 tools for web app testing. So I'm going to talk about 5 tools that are in Burp Suite, but realistically, we're only going to interact with a couple of them, but I'm just going to talk about the 5 tools for the sake of completeness. So the first tool that we're going to talk about in Burp Suite is the Burp Proxy. The Burp Proxy server is what enables web traffic to be captured and recorded. It sits between the browser and the server and enables traffic capture. So the proxy basically sits between the web server, which exists on the internet, and the web browser, and it captures all the traffic that goes between the server and the web browser. So the second tool we're going to talk about is the Burp Spider. The Burp Spider is a web app indexing robot which maps out different endpoints inside a target web app. So what the spider does is it basically tries to go to all the places inside of a website, and it can record all of the locations that it's been to. So the third thing we're going to talk about is the Burp Intruder, and the Burp Intruder is a tool that can be used for different web brute forcing attacks with modular payloads and word lists. So basically what the Brute Intruder lets you do is it lets you try to break into websites by testing a bunch of usernames and passwords. So we're not going to talk too much about the intruder today, but the next one is the Burp Scanner. So this tool is an automated web app vulnerability scanner which tests all of the endpoints found in the web app for known vulnerabilities. So what the Burp Scanner does, it basically goes to every web page that exists on the website, and it's going to test them for a bunch of different security vulnerabilities, and if it finds any of them, then it's going to report back to you. So the Burp Repeater is a tool that allows for manual web request manipulation and testing. So the Burp Repeater, this is a tool where you can get a web request, maybe one that you've been using to try to log into a website, and you can repeat the request over and over again while you adjust some different settings. And it's actually a very useful tool for understanding what's going on inside a web app. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about installing Burp Suite. I'm going to recommend against installing Burp Suite on your own computer system. What I'm going to recommend is that when we're learning how to use Burp Suite, we should probably use it with virtual machines, such as the virtual machines inside of TryHackMe or the Kali Linux VM, and which is another security-oriented version of Linux. So even so, manual installation download of Burp Suite is available for all major operating systems from the Portswigger company website. So basically, if you really want to install Portswigger Burp Suite on your own computer, you can get the software from their website. So let's talk a little bit about what you see when you open up Burp Suite. So we're going to go over to our attack box. In the attack box, you're going to see Burp Suite Community Edition, this dialog tree right here, this dialog window rather. You want to click on 2 buttons. The first one is this next button over here. That is in orange. And then the next button you want to click on is the Start Burp button over here. Okay, so it's starting up. Okay, so over here, this is the Burp Suite user interface. We probably want to maximize this, this window just so we can see more. So I'm going to click on this button, and then what we see here is the dashboard. So the dashboard looks a little bit different from what it looks like in my presentation. It looks like they changed it from when I made this up, but that's fine. So how do we navigate around this application? Navigating inside of Burp Suite mostly comes down to selecting the desired tab in the navigation bar. For example, target, proxy, intruder, etc. These are the names of the different tools in Burp Suite. And within a specific tab, you can navigate to the sub-tabs below the main tab bar. So let me demonstrate. So over in our Burp Suite over here, I think I can make the view a little bit bigger because it's a bit small over here. So I need to go over to settings and I need to adjust some of these things. Hold on. So you can actually do this as well. Let's see. So I'm going to make this 20 point font, which is going to make the font much bigger. Okay, that is much better. And I think I can also change the message editor over here from 11 point. I'm going to change this one to 20 point as well. Okay. So this is just so everybody can see the stuff that I'm looking at much better. Okay, so when you're navigating around Burp Suite, you're mainly going to be using this bar over here to go over to the different tools inside of Burp Suite. So you can go to the dashboard tab, and then you can click around to the target tab, the proxy tab, the intruder tab, the repeater tab, etc., etc. All right, so in each one of these tabs, there might be some sub-tabs. So for example, under proxy here, there's intercept, HTTP history, WebSockets history, and stuff like this. If you feel like this is really complicated, it is very complicated, but what we're going to do is we're going to try to introduce these tools on these sections of Burp Suite. We're going to try to work through them slowly so that we don't feel too overwhelmed by all the information that we're getting, okay? So back over here. So you've got your main tabs and you've got your sub-tabs. And you also have your options section. So the section is actually about the Burp Suite settings page, and settings can be accessed from the settings button on the top right corner of the user interface. So over here, the settings button is going to be at the top right corner over here. And if you wanted to access the settings, you can click on the settings button here. That's going to open up another window. There's a great little search bar over here. So if there's something you ever wanted to search up inside of Burp Suite, you can probably do that inside the search bar. For example, I wanted to take a look at the display, and you just type that in, and then it's going to bring up the relevant sections. Okay, so after you're done with the settings page, you can close it by clicking on the red button in the upper right hand corner. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the next part here. So we're going to talk about the most important part of Burp Suite, which is the Burp proxy. So the Burp proxy is what allows web traffic to be recorded, reviewed, and replayed. One thing to take note of is the intercept is on button. So inside of this section over here, proxy, intercept, there's going to be a button here that says intercept is on. And this is very bad. We want to set this so that the button says intercept is off. Because if we don't, we're going to have a big problem later. So let's go back to the attack box over here. In the attack box, we go to proxy intercept. So it's going to be proxy intercept. And it says intercept is on. And of course, intercept is on is bad. So we need to click on the button here, intercept on, and then we're going to set intercept off. Intercept off means that all the stuff can move through. All the stuff can move through freely, and it's not going to ask us to accept or drop each one of these web requests, which is a big pain in the butt. So let's go over here. So after we set intercept is off, we can go ahead and take a look at the sitemap and the issue definitions. So when we're working with the web app and we're doing testing against it, we probably don't want to get traffic from other websites. So for example, the web browser is always going to be communicating with outside websites like google.com, and we don't want to get this traffic in our Burp Suite because that's going to be more stuff that we need to sift through, and we don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to set a definition for only the target app that we want to look at. So over at Try Hack Me, under the DVWA logo over here, there's the red target machine information. So the target machine is basically the web app that we need to look at, and it has a certain IP address. So it says target IP address is this. Go ahead and click on this button that is beside the IP address, and that's going to copy the IP address to your clipboard. After you've done that, go over to the attack box and then click on this button in the center of the page on the left-hand side. It says show hide the control bar. We need to click on that and then click on the clipboard button over here. And then we need to erase everything there and then paste in our IP address. So after we've done that, we can paste it into Burp Suite. So go ahead and paste that into the clipboard. After that, click on the show hide control bar button over here. And then go over to the target tab. So at the top, there's dashboard target proxy. Click on target, and then click on scope. So target and then scope underneath. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the IP address to our scope, and we're going to make sure that only the traffic that comes from the IP address is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. So under target scope, we're going to click on the add button over here. And then in the window that pops up, click into the prefix here, and then paste in the IP address. After you do that, click on OK. It's going to ask you if you want Burp to stop sending out of scope items to the history or the Burp tools. We're going to answer yes. OK, and with that, only the stuff that's coming from our target web app application our web app is going to be recorded by Burp Suite. All right. So the next thing we want to do is open up the Burp web browser. So Burp has a special web browser which is connected to Burp Suite and is going to send all the information from that web browser to Burp Suite. So let me demonstrate over here. So we're going to go to proxy. So over here, dashboard target proxy, click on proxy. And then go over to this button over here, which is labeled Open Browser. So under Intercept, Proxy Intercept, click on Open Browser. And it's going to give you an error message. It says, your OS does not support Burp browser running with its sandbox enabled. You can allow Burp's browser to run with its sandbox disabled by going to the settings, Burp's browser, allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. So this is a special setting that we need to set in order to get the browser running. Click on OK. Then go over to the settings page, which is going to be in the corner here. Click on the settings page. Then if you've got something selected in the search bar, go ahead and click on the X button there. You're going to go to Let's see. From Kick, how to SIM swap? Just kidding. Haha. Well, welcome to the stream, Spooky, and we're just talking about Burp Suite, which is a web app testing tool. So we're going to go to Tools, and then click on Tools, and then go over to Burp's browser. And Spooky, if you want to join in with what we're doing today, you can go ahead and go to this room over at the Try Hack Me website. Okay, so what were we doing? Okay, so in here, Settings, Tools, and then Burp's browser, and then scroll down to this browser running section right here, and click on this checkbox that says Allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox. Click on that checkbox, and then we're finished. Go over and click on the X to close this out. And then we can finally click on this Open Browser button. So it's going to be Proxy Intercept. Over here, there's a button called Open Browser. Click on that. And this is going to open up Burp Suite's browser, which is connected to Burp Suite. So after you click on Open Browser, it might take a few seconds to start up the web browser, but you're going to see that that the web browser is connected to the Portswigger website. That's fine. You can also resize the web browser because it's a bit small. Okay. So inside of the Burp, so if you think we're working one thing inside another thing and inside another thing, then you're correct. What we're doing is we're using a web browser to access the TryHackMe attack box, and inside the TryHackMe attack box, we've got another web browser running. So it's kind of like one thing inside another. It's a bunch of boxes inside each other. But anyways, inside the Burp browser, you want to click on the URL bar and then paste in the IP address. So whatever IP address you had, it should still be in your clipboard. Go ahead and paste it in and then hit enter. And we're going to see the DVWA login page. So on the DVWA login page, you're going to need to put in a username and password. So the username is admin and the password is password. So under username, type in admin, and under password, type password, and then click on login. Okay, so after that, we're going to be logged into the DVWA app. But one thing I want you to take note of is that Burp Suite recorded all this information. So the Burp web browser, we're going to minimize this just for now. And then we're going to go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite here, under Proxy, and then over to HTTP History over here, go ahead and click on that. We're going to see that inside the HTTP history, it's actually recorded each one of our web requests to the web app over here. Okay, so for example, it actually does this in order. So the first thing we did was access the web page over here. So this is the landing page. This is the request information we sent, and this is the response we got in return. And then it sent us over to the login page over here, login.php. This is the request, and this is the response. And then we also sent a post request where we actually sent some information to the server. So in this post request, we actually sent our login information. So over here, I'm going to put this in a bigger view so that we can look at it better. I'm going to send this to the Burp Repeater tool. So okay, so over here, we send a post request to the login.php page and to this IP address, and there's a bunch of other HTTP headers that we sent. Whenever you send a whenever you send a request to a web page, all of this information is being sent along with it, even though you don't see it in the web browser. But this stuff is being sent nonetheless. So down at the bottom over here is actually the information that we're sending to the server, including our username and our password. And we're able to intercept this, which means that anybody who is able to intercept this traffic would be able to see our username and our password in plain text, and that would be a really bad thing. But anyways, we can. We're talking now about the burp repeater. So first we were at the burp proxy HTTP history tool over here, which lets us see all of the stuff that we sent over to the server. But I'm going to introduce the repeater. But before we introduce the repeater, let's talk a little bit more. Okay, so Burp Suite browser, we just talked about that. We need to go to proxy intercept and then click on a button called Open Browser. We needed to do some settings inside the settings page to get it to work, and we set the scope for our Burp browser so that it only records stuff from that web app. Okay. Okay, so now what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the repeater tool over here. So over here, any one of these inside the Burp proxy HTTP history, any one of these requests, we can actually send it to the Burp repeater, which is a tool that we can use to repeat, which is used to repeat different web requests. So Larjox on Twitch, hello, and welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Okay, so we actually sent a request. We sent the post request over here. So in the post requests window over here, we can right click and then we can select this option over here, send to repeater. And then the repeater tab is going to light up orange. We can just click on that, the repeater tab. And this is the request that we want it to repeat. So we can actually send this request over here. And this is going to be the response from the server. So the server sends us a response over here. It says HTTP 302. So this is a HTTP code, response code. It says found. And this is actually going to redirect us to a different web page. So this is what happens because we sent a valid request to log in over here with this information. So of course, with our response, it sends a bunch of other headers as well. So this is a bunch of other information. So for example, it tells us the server software that's being used and what software is being run on the program over here, and let's see, it tells us how large content it's actually sending to us, and all sorts of other good stuff. All right, so actually let's demonstrate how we can use Burp Suite to solve some web app challenges. So back over so we can actually minimize Burp Suite just for now. And then we can go over to the Burp browser. So the Burp browser is the blue one over here. So you can just go over and go all the way down and click on the blue icon here. So inside the DVWA app, we need to do a couple of things. The first thing we need to do is we need to go down to the bottom of the app, and we need to click on this DVWA security button over here. So go ahead and click on the button, and it says security level is currently impossible. So we can't solve any problems if the security level is impossible. So we're going to go down, and we're going to click on the button impossible over here. We're going to set this from impossible to low, and then we're going to click on the submit button. Okay, so after we've done that, we're going to see security level is currently low. This is what we want. So after that, we're going to do a web app challenge. So the web app challenge we're going to do is going to be the command injection challenge over here. So on the sidebar, make sure that your security level is low, and then click on the command injection button over here. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons down. Click on that. So the vulnerability command injection page over here says ping a device, enter an IP address. So we can send any IP address. A common one to do for ping, which is going to communicate with the whatever IP address that we specify, is going to be something like 127.0.0.1, which in networking terms means our own machine. So its own machine rather. So the web server is going to communicate with itself, and it's going to see if it can communicate with itself. So click on submit. It's going to take a little bit of time to come back. And this is actually very similar to what you get when you do the ping command inside of Linux. So for example, if I were to go to a terminal inside my attack box over here, just open up one up really quick, and then I were to run ping C4 and then 127.0.0.1, we would get this exact type of output, and this actually looks very similar to what happens over here. So we can probably guess that this kind of Linux command is being sent by the web application. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can go over to minimize the Burp browser, and then we can go back to Burp Suite. So over at Burp Suite, we can go over to the proxy HTTP history again, and then we can scroll down to the bottom. So all the requests from the Burp browser are going to be recorded in chronological order. We can go ahead and scroll down to the bottom over here, and we can click on this request right here. So it's going to be, the method is going to be post, and the URL is going to be vulnerabilities exec. So go ahead and click on that. And what we want to do is we're going to send this to the Burp repeater so we can play around with this request. So after you've clicked on this request, in the request window, right-click, then select Send to Repeater. So one more time, right-click on the request window, and then select Send to Repeater. Then go up to the repeater window over here, the repeater tab, and click on it. So this is the request that goes to the vulnerabilities, to the OS command injection section of the app. You can go ahead and click on Send. So the request is here. You can click on Send, and it's going to take a little while, but the response is going to come back. And it says HTTP 200 OK. So we actually got some information back. If you think the response window is a bit difficult to look at because of all the information here, and there is actually a lot of information here, you can go ahead and click on this tab up here, which has pretty, raw, hex, and render. So each one of these is going to present the response in a slightly different way. So for example, this one is sent in all hex code. This one is sent in regular HTTP code. But the render button over here is going to send you the web browser rendered version of this web page. So it's going to simulate a web browser, and it's going to show you what you would see if you were using a web browser. Okay, so from here, we can actually start to test this application. So inside the request window, we can go down and we can see that this is the information we're sending to the web app. We've got IP equals. Thank you very much for following Spooky Tommy on Twitch. Thank you very much. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so the IP address over here we're sending is 127.0.0.1 and submit equals submit. So this portion is not going to change. What we want to do is we want to send some information here that's going to get us some OS command injection. So if anybody here remembers what kind of special characters we send to get OS command injection, go ahead and let us know in the chat what those special characters are. So we're not going to send 127.0.0.1. We're going to send some special characters to get us OS command injection. So the special characters that we want to use are so the first one is the semicolon, which is going to stop whatever command is being run. And the second special character we're going to use is the hashtag. So the hashtag is going to omit everything that comes after the command. So anything in between the semicolon and the hash symbol over here, that's going to be our OS command injection. So the OS command injection that we usually like to start off with is who am I? We want to find out what user is running on the web server. So we're going to put this command into the app and see if it responds. So this is what the payload is going to look like at the bottom here. Let me copy this and provide it to everybody in chat. Okay, so after you've edited that, go ahead and click on send. And we're going to get a response over here that says www data. So this means that we have OS command injection on this web app. So we could actually get the web app to report anything we want. For example, we would want to get a list of users on the system. So we would send this payload over here. Instead of who am I, we're going to replace it with cat space / etc. / password, spelled like this. And I'll provide this payload to everybody in chat as well. Okay, so after you send this payload, you're going to see that a list of all the users on the system has been returned to us over here. So we can actually do whatever we want. And the way we're doing it is we're actually sending different requests using the Burp Suite repeater tool over here. So this is an example of the power of Burp Suite at work. All right. So I think let's demonstrate one other scenario where we can actually use Burp Suite for testing. So back over so we're going to minimize Burp Suite. Okay, hold on. We're going to minimize Burp Suite. There's too many windows. So I'm using this window inside of another web browser it's complicated. Let me minimize this. Okay, so on Try Hack Me here, we're going to go back to the Burp Suite browser. So it's going to be on the right-hand side at the bottom. It's this blue ball. We're going to go to another section of the website, and we're going to go over to the SQL injection section. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections below, 5 buttons below. Go ahead and click on that. Okay, so this app over here is vulnerable to SQL injection. So the user ID, we can provide the user ID 1 maybe, and then click on submit. So it says first name admin, surname admin, great. And I think we were actually working on this vulnerability last class when we ran out of time. Anyways, let's minimize this browser, and then go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we're going to go back to the proxy HTTP history, and we're going to go down to the bottom, and we want to get the request at the very bottom. It's going to be a GET request to vulnerabilities here, SQLi. Click on it. So what we want to do is we want to put this in the repeater. So we're going to right click on this again, and then we're going to send this to the repeater. So one more time, click on the request, and then go down to the request window, right click, and then select send to the repeater. Then go to the repeater, and we'll see that this is the request we want. So it's a GET request to the vulnerabilities SQLi endpoint, but it also has this information right over here that we're sending along with the GET request. So we can click on send, and then this is the response over here. So once again, if you think that the response over here is a bit hard to look at, you can always click on the render button over here. So under response, you can click on the render button here, and this is going to show you what it would look like inside of a web browser. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to check this application for SQLi injection, SQL injection. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the value of ID. So inside here, we're going to change ID equals 1. We're going to change this to ID equals single quote. So single quote should be interpreted as a SQL special character. So it's probably going to send us an error message if we send this. So after we modified this, click on send, and we actually get this response. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual, etc., etc. Okay, so now that we know that the error is here, we can start testing for SQL injection. So the way we test for SQL injection is, first of all, we send something that is valid, such as ID equals 1, and then we're going to do a single quote, and then a space, and then we're going to try to do union injection. We're going to do a union select, and then we're going to send a number of columns with the null, with this null command over here. And then after that, we're going to send a couple of double dashes and a space. So the line is going to look like this. Okay, so after you do that, go ahead and click on send. And we see in the response over here, we see that this is the bad request. So bad request could mean that that we're actually getting an error from the SQL system. So we're going to send another request, and in this request, it's going to be null and then comma and then another null. So we're just going to send 2 nulls instead of 1, separated by a comma, and then we're going to send it again. So another thing that might be going wrong here is that union select null null. I think this might work inside the browser, but not here for some reason. Let me take a look. So I'm just going to minimize this really quick and try sending this in the browser. So in the browser, it's going to be 1 union select null null double dash space. I'm going to send that. Okay, so that actually works. And I think the reason it works is because the characters over here are not, the characters in here become URL encoded, but the characters in Burp Suite are not URL encoded. So we need to URL encode these special characters before we can send them. But that's maybe out of scope for what we're learning today. All right, so we've only got a couple minutes left in today's class. I hope maybe you don't understand, maybe you don't quite understand everything we're doing with Burp Suite, but I just wanted to introduce this tool to you all, because if you want to learn about web app security testing, you're going to need to learn how to use Burp Suite. And although Burp Suite is a very complicated program, so the basics of using Burp Suite, like using the proxy HTTP history and sending these requests to the burp repeater, these are very basic steps that you can learn yourself to start learning about this tool. And if you're really interested in web app security testing, you're going to be using this tool a lot. Okay, so let's finish off today's class. So Burp Suite. Burp Suite is the industry standard software framework for testing web apps. It includes many different tools, but the Burp tool that enables the rest of the framework is the Burp proxy. And the Burp proxy is what enables web app traffic to be captured and recorded. It sits between the browser and the server and enables traffic to be captured. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up this course. So everybody, we've been learning about different hacking stuff through HackerFrogs AfterSchool for the last 7 weeks or so. But let's finish the course. So this is the outro to HackerFrogs AfterSchool Batch 1. So what Batch 1 is the course that we just finished, which includes 3 different subjects. We learned about, well, we'll just talk about that. So this is the last session. Thank you very much for participating in HackerFrogs Batch 1. And the first 3 courses featured Linux OS operation, Python programming, and web app hacking. So we just finished web app hacking, and this we have finished HackerFrogs Batch 1. So we hope you had fun learning these skills and getting hands-on with different CTF exercises to see the concepts in real life. Well, not in real life, but getting hands-on, it felt like you were dealing with stuff that you use in real life. So what I would encourage everybody to do is to continue your journey. HackerFrogs After-School classes are meant to provide a fun intro to these subjects, and we hope you'll continue learning on your own if you enjoyed your time here. So if you really enjoyed Linux OS operations, or if you really enjoyed Python programming, or if you enjoyed web app hacking, you can continue learning on your own. And we have a bunch of different links and resources for the Batch 1 subjects in the session's GitHub file and on the HackerFrogs Reddit page. So I've got this link over here. This is for today's session, and I'll just provide it to everybody here. So in the GitHub page here, down at the bottom, there's a section called Further Education Resources for Linux, Python, and web app hacking. If you're interested in learning more about Linux OS operations, we have a link over here that gives you a bunch of different resources. Same thing for Python programming and web app hacking. So if you're interested, you can click on one of those links and you can check out the different resources in those links, okay? But in the meantime, I'd like to introduce HackerFrogs AfterSchool Batch 2. So we just finished HackerFrogs AfterSchool Batch 1, but HackerFrogs AfterSchool Batch 2 is currently in development and will be ready for new students in January or February of 2025. Batch 2 will include the following subjects. So the next series of courses will include digital forensics. Digital forensics is about investigating computer files and finding important details in data. Files like network logs, digital photos, and storage drive files. We'll be learning about digital forensics in Batch 2. Another thing that we're going to be learning is cryptography. Cryptography is all about transforming data from one form into another to keep it secret. We'll be learning the fundamentals of cryptography and learning some classical methods of encryption. So digital forensics, cryptography, and the last course in batch 2 is going to be network hacking. Network hacking is testing the security of network services and compromising insecure configurations in operating systems to gain elevated access, also known as rooting or pwning a system. So we're going to learn how to connect to network services online and break into them. And then once we're on the system, we're going to learn how to elevate our privileges and pwn the systems. So what's next? If you have questions or comments, you can comment on the ShyHat YouTube or Twitch live streams or on the HackerFrogs Reddit page. So if I'm live and online, you can catch the you can comment on the YouTube live stream, or you can chat on the Twitch live stream. Or if you want to leave a message or create a topic, you can do so at the HackerFrogs Reddit. So if you need links to those, you can very easily, we can search for the ShyHat on YouTube, and you can also search for the ShyHat on Twitch. So the ShyHat Twitch, how do you spell that? And you can access the page from there. I am currently online anyways, but you can also go to the Reddit page. So it's going to be reddit.com/r/HackerFrogs. And you can go ahead and post on the Reddit over there. I try to answer all the posts and any questions I see there as soon as I can. Those are 3 different ways that you can get in touch if you're interested in learning more about this stuff. But until next time, HackerFrogs. All right, so for everybody in the live stream, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to finish off the class in Zoom. But in the meantime, you can listen to some music. And after the break is over, which is going to take about a couple of minutes, I'll be back, and we're going to be doing a little bit of coding inside of Python to solve some CTF challenges. But yeah, I'm just going to take a little break. It'll be a couple of minutes, and then we'll continue. All right, everybody, we're back. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to be working on some Python coding stuff while the next while we wait for the next activity to go on to start. The next activity is going to be starting about an hour from now. Well, more like 50 minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to be working on some challenges over at the HackMyVM.eu website. If you don't have an account, you can go ahead and make one at this link over here. But while we're doing this, let's play some music. So I've got some music I want to play. I'm going to hook it up to the stream now. Okay, so let me just hook that stuff up. Oh, you should be able to hear it. If you can hear music, let us know. If you cannot, also let us know. Okay, so let's see. Now that we've got our music started. Okay, so this is the HackMyVM.eu website. So there are a number of different exercises that you can do over here. One of the exercises that I found were these labs. So over on the HackMyVM.eu website, there's going to be this section over here labeled HMV Labs. On the HMV Labs section over here, that's going to ask us to log in. Okay. So there are 3 labs over here. The first 2 labs are labs that you have to connect to using SSH. So there's the Venus Labs, which is for beginners. There's the Haiti Labs, which are for more advanced students. And there's the Temperance Lab over here, where you can actually do some programming exercises. So we're going to go over to this page. And I see we've got some ads going on in Twitch. So if you're seeing ads on Twitch, then you can't hear us right now, unfortunately. Let's wait this out. Okay, so if you're watching ads, thank you very much for watching the ads, because that's something that's necessary on Twitch, unfortunately. But if you're not, we're over at this webpage right here, hackmyvm.eu, Temperance, and what we need to do is we need to solve some coding challenges. So we've been solving some of these coding challenges on the stream, so we finished the first 3 of them. And if you want to take a look at this page yourself, then it's going to be at this endpoint right over here. So from this page, what you need to do is you need to, I guess I'll wait for the ads to come back. It should be happening in about 10 seconds or so. But in the meantime, let's do a little video redeem. Haven't done one of these in a little while. And our favorite one to redeem is going to be Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay. So from this page, what you want to do is you want to click on the level you want to access. We've already solved up from level 0 to level 3.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So we're going to do level 4 today. So we're just going to click on this. And after you click on it, we're going to scroll down. And we're going to get the conditions for this mission over here. So we've got level 04. It says, in this mission you will receive a string and you must return the string in reverse. Okay? So for example, in this level we might get this string right here, crazy, crazy, crazy. We need to reverse the string and then send it back to the server. Alright, so let me see if I think I've got some code. So we can take a look at the level 0 code, and we can start playing around with, we can start modifying that code to form our own code to solve this level. So if you need that code, the link is over here. I'm just going to go over to my terminal inside of Kali Linux. I'm going to move into the temp directory, and then I'm going to download that file. So here, okay, so we downloaded the file, and we can start editing it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this file from level 1, and we're going to rename this to level 4, because that's the level we're solving right now. So after we've done that, we're going to use Nano to access the code. So the code in here is just enough code to solve the first level of this challenge. We're going to be modifying this code in order to solve the current level. So over here, in this code, we're importing the socket module, which we're going to be using to interact with the CTF server. We're also importing base64. I don't think we need base64 for this level, so I'm just going to delete this. And then we've got a host and we've got a port number. So the host is the domain that we need to connect to, and the port number is the port number we need to connect to. Of course, we need this to use the socket module. The next thing that happens is we create a socket object. Music is a bit loud. Let me tone down the music a little bit. Okay. Alright, so the first thing we do is we connect to the we're going to print receiving intro. We're going to receive information with the socket object, which we abbreviated to S. So it's just going to be S receive 1024 bytes. And then we're going to print that variable. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to send a certain byte string in order to choose which level we want to access. Largeox says nano same mousepad command. Nano same mousepad command. I'm sorry. I'm not too sure what this is a reference to. But yeah, so we need to send some bytes and to specify which level we want to access. So we're just going to modify this. So we're going to be accessing level 4. So we're just going to change these bytes from level 0 to level 4. The next thing we're going to do is so after we send that, we need to receive the data for the challenge. So we're going to print receiving challenge, and then we're going to receive another variable. This time it's data 2, and it's also receiving 1024 bytes. And then we print that data. So this data over here, we need to transform. So we've got these, we're going to receive these bytes, and what we need to do is okay, so let's demonstrate what we have so far. So I'm just going to comment out the rest of this code by putting the three single quotes down here. So we're going to save the modified buffer, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put all this code in the GitHub. So I'm just going to 04. I'm just going to copy this all. We're going to save this to our GitHub, so everybody can see what's going on while we create this file. So over here in the GitHub, I've got my walkthroughs over here, and we're currently doing HackMyVM labs temperance. So I've got some code for some other levels that I was keeping track of over here. I'm just going to make a new one. I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call this level x04.py. I'm going to paste in what we have right now, commit the changes. So if you want to take a look at the code that we're using for this level, then you can use this link over here. But with this code right now, if we just run this, then we receive the intro, which is these bytes right here, okay? And then we receive the challenge string. So this is in the form of bytes, and we receive this string. So if you recall from the challenge, in this mission you receive a string and you should send the same string. No, we're doing level 4. In this mission you will receive a string and you must return it in reverse. So if we receive this string, we have to reverse the string and send it back. So we're going to go over to our code again. So at this point we're only receiving the string. We need to reverse the string and then we need to send it back. So we're going to edit again using nano. Let's get rid of the quotes over here. Okay. So after we receive the challenge, we need to convert the bytes to a string. So we need to convert the bytes to a string, and to do that, we're going to use the following command. It's going to be, let's call this challenge bytes, and that's going to be equal to data 2, and then we're going to decode. We're going to decode that to bytes using the UTF-8 format. Okay, so after we've done that, we're going to encode it to bytes, or we're going to decode it to bytes. I always get this confused. Which one is turning it into bytes? So we decode to I think we decode to UTF-8. And after we've converted the bytes to a string, sorry, this is not challenge bytes, this is challenge string. Okay, so challenge string is data2 dot decoded, and then after that we need to reverse the string. So reverse the string. So to reverse the string, we do reverse string is going to be challenge string, but we're going to use string indexing to output the string in reverse order, and I'm pretty sure this is the format for doing string indexing to reverse. But you know what? I'm gonna make sure that's the case by printing out this f string, reversed string, and then line, and then it's going to be reverse string. Okay? So we're going to take everything from this point onwards, and we're going to quote it out, and then we're going to try and see if we can reverse the string successfully. So we're going to save this out, and then we're going to run Python again. Okay, so we managed to successfully reverse the string. So there's only a couple more things we need to do to finish this level. So the next thing we need to do is we need to convert the string to bytes, because the socket can only send bytes. So we need to convert. So we're going to convert the string to bytes. I need to spell properly. Okay. So after that, this is going to be reverse. We're going to call this answer bytes. So because this is what we're going to send to the CTF server, and it's going to be reverse string, that we're going to encode it to bytes, I guess, using UTF-8. Okay. So after we've converted this to bytes, then we can send it to the server. So to send it to the server, we're going to print a message, sending answer, ... and we're going to send answer bytes. The last thing that's going to happen is we're going to receive the flag. So receiving flag. ... I'm a big fan of these ... Anyways, we're going to receive this. We're going to print receiving flag, and then we're going to save the whatever we receive from the socket to data3. Then we're going to print data3, which hopefully is the flag, and then we can finish the challenge. So let's save this out, and then we can use Python. Okay, so we receive this string here, and then we reverse the string by using string and indexing. Then we convert it to bytes, we send the answer, then we receive the flag, and we can use this flag to finish the challenge. Okay, so let's go over to the challenge page and submit the flag. So paste in the flag, submit it. You have submitted the flag successfully, hooray. Okay. So that was level 4. So I guess we can move on to the next level, which is level 5, because we've got a bit of time. In this mission, you will receive a string, and you must return the last 5 characters. So if you're wondering about what code we use to finish the last level, let me just get that code, and we'll save it over to the GitHub. So I'm just going to copy this. Then we're going to go to the GitHub. In GitHub, we're going to edit this file. We're just going to get rid of all this code. We're going to replace it with the code that we copied. Then we're going to commit the changes. And if you're interested in taking a look at this code, you can do so over here. Okay, so let's work on the next level then. So for the next level, we're going to need to edit this level, level 4. So I'm just going to copy the level 4 code, and we're going to call it level 5. Like this. Okay, so first of all, let's get into our nano again. So the first thing we need to change is we need to go down and we need to change the level from level 4 to level 5. So we're just going to do that over here. Level 5, level 5. It's a bit chilly in here. I'm going to turn on my heater. Hold on. Okay, so let's take a look at the level goals again. So if you're wondering what level we're looking at this level over here. So it says, in this mission you will receive a string and you must return the last 5 characters. Okay, so in this case we're doing more string indexing, I'm pretty sure. Alright. So first of all, we received the intro message from the host, we select the level, and then we receive the challenge string. So this part over here can stay. We have to convert the bytes to a string. So we're going to get the challenge string. That's going to be decoded from the bytes. And this time we're not going to reverse the string. We're going to retrieve the last 5 characters of the string. So to get the last 5 characters, we're just going to call this last 5 string. So that's going to be the challenge string. We're going to start at which position? Which position is the last? I think it's -1 is the last one. -5? Is -5 the fifth one from the end? So this other part we're going to leave empty like this. So we're going to start at the fifth from the end, and then we're going to go to the end, and we're going to count by 1. And let's print that out just so we can make sure we're getting the right thing. So it's going to be last 5 characters, and then we're going to print out last 5 string. Okay, and then we're going to comment all this out. And then we're going to test this. So we can test it by just running level 5. Okay, I think we've got the right thing going here. So we receive the intro, the banner over here. Then we send our bytes to access the level, and then we get this string. So after we get this string, we isolate the last 5 characters, and then we print them out like this. And all we need to do now is we need to convert this string to bytes and then send it to the server. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, we're going to convert the string to bytes. So we're going to rename this last 5 string. We're going to turn it into bytes using the encode method over here, and then we're going to send this answer, and then we're going to receive the flag. So hopefully I haven't made any spelling errors here. I need to get rid of this. Yeah, okay. So let's save that out, and then let's run the code one more time. Okay, so we got the banner, then we received the challenge, which is these bytes. We turned the bytes into a string. We extracted the last 5 characters, and then we converted that into bytes, and then we sent the bytes. We received the flag, which is this. Okay, so we can go to the page and submit this flag. Alright, so submitted the flag successfully. Great. We can go back. And then we can get started on the next level, which is level 6. So these become more and more complicated as we go. Let's see what's happening in level 6. So in level 6 it says, in this mission you will receive a string, and you must return its length as a string, not an int. So as a string, not an integer. This is a little more complicated. There's going to be a lot of conversion going on over here. But before we do level 6, let's get the code from level 5. And let's save it to our GitHub. So I'm just going to grab this. Okay, and in GitHub, we're just going to create this file. Create a new file. We're going to call it level x05.py. Paste in our code and commit the changes. So if you're interested in taking a look at the code that we used to solve the last level, then you can go ahead and take a look at this GitHub page over here. All right, so let's solve level 6. So the first thing we need to do is we need to copy and paste our code. So we're just going to copy level. We're going to copy level 5, and we're going to call it level 6. And then we're going to edit level 6. Okay, so what's going on in the code? So a lot of the code is going to be the same, but we're going to rename some of our variables. So the first thing we do is we need to connect to the host, then we send level 6. So down here we're going to change it from level 5 to level 6. We're going to receive the challenge from the server. We're going to convert the bytes to a string as usual. So this part stays the same. The next part is we're not going to retrieve the last 5 characters of the string. Instead, we're going to get the length of the string using the length function. So there's a special string function in Python which is called len for length. So we're going to get the length of the challenge string. And we're going to call this variable length of string. So the thing is that the len function creates an integer, but we can't send an integer to the we shouldn't send an integer to the server. What it wants is it wants us to send the string version of it. So since len creates a integer, well, first of all, let's print out a message. So the message is going to be length of string, and in this case we're just going to do this, length of string, like that. Okay, so, and then we're going to, just for fun, I'm going to get the type for that. So we're going to get the type of the length of string variable, and it should be an integer. So after that, we're going to comment out everything else over here, and we're just going to try. We're going to try and see if this part of the code works to what we want. So let's run the code. Level 6. Okay, so the length of the string is 37, and if this is an integer, so what we need to do is we need to convert the integer to a string, and then convert that string to bytes and send it to the server. So let's go back into the code. So the next step is going to be convert the integer to string, and so we're just going to call this lang string, and that's going to be length of string, but the string version, which is str. We're going to use the str function to convert the integer to a string. Okay, and then after that, we need to convert the string to bytes. So this is very similar to all the other levels. We need to convert the string back to bytes to send it to the server. So we're going to call this answer bytes again, but instead of last 5 string, we're going to be using the length string. Okay, so after that, we should be finished the level. So let's save out the file. And let's run the code using Python. Okay, so I accidentally left this this line of code in this line in the code, so I'm going to get rid of this. So let me just go in there and delete that real quick. So just going to delete this. Okay, so this is the flag. This is the flag for the level. What did we do? So we received a string from the level in the form of bytes. We converted those bytes to a string, and then we ran the length function on it when we got this number, 47. But the number 47 is an integer. We turned it into a string, and then we converted it back into bytes, and then we sent it to the server, and then we got the flag. So let's get this flag and finish the level. I'm going to go back to the challenge server and submit this flag. Wrong flag. Ooh, did I copy the wrong thing? Let me take a look. Okay, let me copy this flag, make sure I don't copy anything else. Okay, let's go back and try again. Submit this flag. Okay, there must have been something wrong with how I copied it. Great. Okay, so we can go to the next level. We still have a bit of time for the next activity. We're going to go to level 7. Hopefully it's not too complicated. So okay, in this mission you will receive a string in hexadecimal format, and you must return it converted to ASCII. So we're going to return... We're going to get this hexadecimal string over here, and then we need to encode it and convert it to ASCII characters like this. And we need to send this as bytes back to the server. It looks like we have ads in progress, so we're just going to wait for a little bit. So while the ads are running, I guess we could run a little bird video. As usual, if you have any questions about anything that we're doing, or if you have any other questions in general about cybersecurity, let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as soon as we can. We've got about 30 seconds of ads left in this current block, so we're just going to wait it out. To anybody who doesn't know, this is this bird right over here is called a dark-eyed junco. Not this one, but this one right here. So it's got a black head, and it's a little sparrow-like bird. And I think the ads should be finishing up in a little bit, so let's just get ready. Okay, so what are we doing in this mission? So the server is going to send us a string in hexadecimal format. So this over here, we need to convert these hexadecimal numbers into ASCII that looks like this. So if we were to do this inside of some sort of web application, we could probably copy these hexadecimal numbers and go over to a website like hex to ASCII and just paste in our hexadecimal numbers and click on convert. So this is the same string as what we're shown over here. We need to do that with our code somehow. So first of all, let's get ready to do that. We're going to copy the last level, and we're going to make a level called level 7. What I forgot to do is I forgot to add the code to our GitHub repository. So let me do that real quick. So level 6. Let me copy this code, and we can write it to our GitHub repository over here. let's create that file. So this file is going to be called level x06.py. Paste in the code, commit the changes. Once more, if you want to take a look at the code we used to solve level 6, you can access it from this link. Okay. So we have level 7, which we copied from level 6. Let's go back into the code. So it's going to be level 7. So let's see what we need to adjust. So this beginning part over here can be the same. So receiving intro, that's fine. We need to send bytes for level 7 instead of level 6. And then we're going to receive the challenge. We know that the challenge is going to be in hexadecimal string. Okay, so we're just going to receive that as data 2. So this is going to be bytes. We need to convert the bytes to a string like we did in all the other challenges. So this part stays the same. And the next thing we need to do is we need to convert the hex string to ASCII characters. Okay, so this would be... So I don't exactly know how to do this offhand, so I'm just going to get a little bit of help from our good friend ChatGPT. But first of all, let's just see what the code looks like, right? What the if we actually get the challenge from the server properly. So let me comment all this stuff out and then see what the behavior is of the script when I run it up to this point. Okay, so we send our information to the server, and then we receive this string of hex bytes. So I think what we need to do is we need to convert this to a string, and then we need to do some sort of conversion function to convert these hex bytes, the hex string, to ASCII characters. So I'm just going to ask my handy dandy know-it-all friend, ChatGPT. Over here. Okay, so this is all good. Want to use Python 3 to convert a hex string to ASCII characters. Let's see what kind of fun function it has for us. So to convert a hex string to ASCII characters in Python, you can use the bytes from hex method combined with the decode ASCII. Here's an example. So we've got our bytes from hex. Okay. So it takes this hex string over here. It represents hello world, and then we do this method over here from hex. Okay. So ensure that the hex length is even. Okay. If we have hex bytes, is it an easier conversion? So if you already have the hex bytes as a bytes object, the conversion to ASCII is easier. You can directly use the decode ASCII method on the bytes object. Okay. Oh wait, these are not the bytes. Our bytes do not look like this. Our bytes look like... So I don't think we can use this method over here. So okay. I think we'll use this method over here. So the hex string is this, and it's going to be ASCII string. Okay, so let me just copy this line of code, and let's go back to our own code. So level 7. So convert the bytes to a string, okay, and then convert the string to ASCII characters, or at least I think it's going to be ASCII characters. So this is the string over here. This is the code. ASCII string is going to be bytes dot from hex string, and the hex string is going to be the challenge string over here. So challenge string, and then let's print this out. So we're going to print out the ASCII representation of the hex string is. Oh, we need to put this between some single quotes. Actually, let's do this as an F string. And we're going to do a line return, and then we're going to print the ASCII string. And just for fun, I'm going to get the type for the ASCII string. So we're going to do the type for the ASCII string. Okay, and we're going to see if all of this is going according to plan. So we're going to run Python on level 7. Okay. Okay, so we received the challenge. We received the hex bytes over here, and then the ASCII representation of the hex string is this. So this looks right. It also says that the type is string. So this is all good. All we need to do now is we need to convert the string to bytes and then send it back to the server. So let's go back into the code, and then we can unquote all this. Okay, so we're going to convert the hex string to ASCII characters. No, we are going to skip this part. Convert the integer to a string. This part is also not something we're going to do. We're going to convert the string to bytes, so we can get rid of this code over here. So we're just going to cut it out. Okay. So here, convert the string to ASCII characters. Convert the string to bytes is going to be answer bytes equals ASCII string. And we're going to encode that. ASCII string. And just to, I think UTF-8 and ASCII are compatible. If for some reason it says that I have it wrong, I might explicitly encode it as ASCII. But I think the rest of the code should be okay. All right, so let's save this out and let's run the code. So we're going to run Python level 7. Okay, so we got the hex string over here, and then we converted it to ASCII over here. We converted this ASCII string to bytes. We sent it. Then we got the flag. Okay, let's copy the flag. Then go over to HackMyVM and submit the flag. Okay, that was the correct flag. Great. Alright, so we've just solved level 7. I think we solved 1, 2, 3. We solved 4 levels today. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good progress. So to finish this out, I'm just going to save level 7 to save level 7 to our GitHub. So let's just get that code first. Okay, then go back to our GitHub, and we're going to create a file. File's called levelx07.py. Paste in the code, commit those changes. Okay, so if you're interested in the level 7 code that we just wrote, you can access it from this link. All right, so we're just gonna prepare. We don't have enough time to solve another level, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna prepare for our next challenge. Sorry, our next stream content. The next stream content is going to be a walkthrough video of a Volnix challenge. So first of all, Volnix is the platform that we're going to be showcasing today, and the challenge on Volnix is going to be the Look challenge. So we're going to be covering a few different security concepts in this challenge, and if you want to download the machine yourself to take a look, you can do it from this link right here. Let me get the presentation files that I'm going to be using. So let's see, this is going to be a walkthrough for Volnix, and it's the Look challenge. We're going to be talking about this stuff in a little bit, but before we do that, let me get the machine online. So of course these are challenges where you have to put virtual machines on a network in order to hack against them. So let me start up that machine. So the virtual machine over here is starting up. I just need to take note of what IP address it's going to adopt. Okay, so the Look machine is at IP address 10.0.2.65, so I need to scan against that. Let me just grab my notes for the machine, and then we can start. Okay, let us begin. This is a guided walkthrough video for the Look machine on the Volnix platform. So the first thing we like to do when we do these CTF box challenges is we like to do an Nmap scan. So Nmap is a program that is going to allow us to determine what ports are open on a particular server out there on the network. I'm going to be scanning against this IP address right here, and we're going to run Nmap with the following arguments. So Nmap is going to be run very verbose with the double V over here, which is going to let us get output from the scan before it finishes. We're going to run it with -T4, which means it's going to be very fast in scanning, but not too fast. We're going to scan all ports with the -P- argument here. And we're going to run common scripts against whatever services we find with the -S_C, and we're going to get versioning information with the -S_V. All right, so let's run that command. So on this machine, there are only 2 ports open. As soon as Nmap finishes, we can take a look at what's happening on this box. So let's take a look. So on port 22, it is running the OpenSSH software version 8.4. Okay. So SSH, of course, lets us remotely log into servers, and it's also reporting port 80 is open. So port 80 is the HTTP port, and it hosts web servers, or web pages rather. And in this case, it's running Apache software version 2.4.56. Okay, so from here, what we're going to do is we're going to do some web app enumeration. So the web app is going to be at port 80. There are a couple of different tools we're going to be running to enumerate it. The first tool we're going to use is a tool called Nikto. And Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. It's going to tell us if there are any insecure settings on the web server, but it's not perfect, but it does capture some low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities from time to time, and that's why I like to run it. So another thing we can do is we can go to another tab and we can run another tool called Derb. So Derb is a very simple web app directory busting tool. And directory busting means we're going to find out what endpoints exist on the target. So we're just going to run derb to see if it can find any common endpoints. So it finds a few different common endpoints over here, including one that's very interesting for us, which is called info.php. PHP is a programming language for writing web pages. So it's a very popular. It was very popular back about 20 years ago, but it's a bit less popular now. A few of the famous web apps that were written using PHP include stuff like WordPress and Facebook. Back over here at our Nikto scan, we also see that Nikto picked up on this info.php page over here. It says output from the php info function was found. PHP is installed and a test script which runs php info is found. This gives a lot of system information. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So we're talking about PHP info output. In a PHP software environment, the PHP info function is used to output detailed info about the PHP environment, configuration settings, installed modules, and more. If PHP info output can be accessed on a web app, it could point malicious users to important configuration info, loaded modules, username info, and more. Okay, so let's go over to the web server, which is going to be at HTTP 10.02.65, and let's go over to this info.php page. So this is an example of info.php. It basically gives you all of the PHP settings and configuration information. So there's a lot of information here, and if you don't know what you're looking for, you can definitely be a case of information overload. But there are a couple of things that we should really pay attention to while we're taking a look at the PHP output info. So for example, let's take a look over here. Okay, so one thing that we should pay attention to when we're looking at PHP info is we should take a look at these loaded modules. Occasionally, one of these loaded modules is going to point you at something that we could use to exploit the system, but in this case, that is not the case. But it is something we should keep track of. Another thing that we need to pay attention to is any username information or any group information. So for example, down here in the Apache 2 handler, it says we've got some user group information, and in this case it says that there's a user named Axel on the system. So user Axel and group 1000. So 1000 is actually, it's usually going to be some sort of administrator group on a Linux system, but we know in this case that Axel, this username, exists on the system. So now that we know this, we could probably do a brute force attack using this username to try to see if we can get Axel's SSH credentials. So to do that, we're going to use a tool called Hydra, and Hydra is a tool that lets us do brute forcing, online brute forcing for a bunch of different services. So to use Hydra, we usually need to provide some sort of username. In this case, we know that the user's name is Axel, and we need to provide a list of passwords to try. So in this case, we're going to use the rocku.txt list. This is a very famous password list that was leaked out, I want to say about 20 years ago, and it contains about 14 million common passwords. So people who are trying to brute force usually use a very large password list like this one over here. The next thing we need to do is we need to specify the service, which is SSH, and the IP address, which I'm going to adjust over here. In this case, I'm going to run it with 64 threads, which means it's going to run very, very fast. Usually you don't want to run brute forcing programs very, very fast, but in this case, it's okay because this is a learning environment. So we're just going to run the Hydra tool, and then we're going to have to wait for a little while because the Hydra tool, especially when it's running against the SSH service, is not super, super fast. And we're just going to wait a little bit, and in the meantime, we're going to enjoy a little bird video. So I don't remember if this is the same one. Okay, so anyways, let's play another bird video. I might have played this one already. Here we go. So this is a woodpecker, and it's called a northern flicker woodpecker. It's these northern flicker woodpeckers, the giddy crow. I'm not lean says the giddy crow. Thank you very much. I'm not lean. So this woodpecker over here is called a northern flicker, and you can actually see it's got a very, very long tongue, and right now it's breaking up all these peanuts to eat them. The male northern flicker has this red mustache over here, and it has these beady little eyes. It also has a black bib on its breast, and it has a speckled pattern on its chest feathers over here. So it's a beautiful woodpecker, and if you live in the Pacific Northwest like I do, you'll usually see them flying around trees. Occasionally you'll see them on the ground eating ants, which are its favorite food. These woodpeckers usually don't come up to the feeder too often, but it's winter right now, so their food sources are kind of scarce, so they'll eat whatever they can. Anyways, let's see if the scan is finished running. Okay, it is not finished running. So this guy is just going to keep on going. I think the woodpecker gets a little bit curious about the camera in a little bit. Let's see if that's the case. Okay. Yeah, so the woodpecker gets curious about the camera just about now. Maybe there's some food on the camera. It's gonna just hop around, and it's gonna start licking the camera. Okay, so let's see if the scan is done. Scan is not done yet. I think I put in everything correctly. So Axel is the user. This is the correct. Okay. If anybody has any questions about cybersecurity or any of the tools that we're using right now, you can go ahead and leave those in comments. Okay, so here's another video from the summer. This is our poor Stellar J with the broken leg. You can tell that the leg is broken because it doesn't put any weight on it. It's just kind of like dangling there. So this is an example of the gritty crow that I'm Not Lean was talking about. Here's a chickadee. So chickadees are actually really brave little birds. They're really, really tiny, but they regularly steal the lunch of much bigger birds. Well, not much bigger birds, but bigger birds nonetheless. So this is a healthy bird. The type of bird this is a Stellar Jay, just in case anybody was wondering. So these are the blue jays of the West Coast, unlike the blue jays of the East Coast, which have a very familiar look to a lot of people. Just gonna have a little sip of water, just a second. Okay, let's see if the brute force scan has come back yet. All right, we got a result. Okay, so we used Hydra to brute force the SSH password for the Axel user that we found from the PHP info, and we found that we were able to determine that the Axel user's password is this, bam bam. So we're going to use this information to log in using SSH as the Axel user. So let's do that now. SSH Axel at this IP address. We're going to need to input Axel's password, which is bam bam. And now we are in. And because we're in, I need to put on my voice changer and put on my scary hacker voice. Just a second.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Scary Hacker Voice. The Scary Hacker Voice comes on when we break into servers. And we have to say, with the Scary Hacker Voice, we're in.
Okay, so next. So the first thing we like to do after we break into a server with a particular user is we like to figure out if they have any sudo permissions on the system. We can do so with this command right here, sudo -l. We need to provide the password for Axel. We know that it is BAM. And it says, sorry, user Axel may not run sudo on look. Okay, so we have to resort to some other methods to get privilege escalation on the system. So after we've broken into a server, what we need to do is we need to elevate our privileges to become the root user. And one method we can do is we can try to figure out if there are any SUID binaries on the system. So we could do sudo... Oh, wait. According to my notes, we're barking up the wrong tree. So what we're going to do is we're going to figure out if there are any other users on the system. So we're just going to take a look at the etc password file. So in this case, along with Axel, there's another user on the system named Dylan. So we don't know, so because we know that there is a user named Dylan on the system, we could try searching the entire file system for any files that have Dylan's password inside of them. So what we're going to do is, well, we're going to move into the temporary directory where we can write some files. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the grep command. So recursive and we're going to search for the pattern Dylan. And we're going to run it on the entire file system, like this. So, in addition to searching the entire file system, this is going to take a very long time. So I'm going to output this to a file called grep_dylan.txt. So we're just going to run this. We're going to run this as a process so that we still have access to the terminal while we're running this. Okay, one last thing we need to do. So the last thing we need to do is we need to redirect all of the error messages that might happen when we run this command over to this device right here, which is the dev null device, which is basically redirecting it into the garbage. So we're just going to give this command over here, and that's just going to run in the background. So while it's running in the background, let me demonstrate a couple of other privilege escalation techniques we could employ. So the first one would be to look for SUID binaries, which we could do with the following command. So find in the entire file system with the permissions -4000. We're going to, again, any error messages we're going to redirect to dev null. When we run this, we're going to get all of the SUID binaries, which are binaries that run with elevated privileges. So Linux actually requires some binaries to be run as SUID in order to function properly. But if for some reason you have other binaries that are not supposed to be running as SUID that are running as SUID, then you can run into some problems where they can be used to elevate privileges on the system. So if you've got a list of SUID binaries, you can actually copy all of these and you can feed them into ChatGPT and ask if there are any insecure or unusual SUID binaries. So over here, we're going to go over to ChatGPT and ask, are any of these Linux SUID binaries unusual? And then supply the list. Okay, so most of the SUID binaries are standard in Linux systems and serve legitimate purposes, but their presence can still pose a security risk if misused. So, So it's going to tell us about the SUID binaries and whether or not they should be SUID binaries. So I'm just going to wait for the summary over here. Potentially uncommon or risky SUID binaries. SSH key sign. And this one over here, dbus daemon launch helper. So I'll tell you right off that these are not vulnerable binaries in this case. But if you were ever to wonder whether or not some SUID binaries are or are not vulnerable, you can go over to a website like GTFOBins. And on GTFOBins, you can insert the name of the binary and see if it actually can be used for privilege escalation. So for example, over here, this says SSH key sign. Let's go over to GTFOBins, SSH. So SSH key sign is not in the list of vulnerable binaries over here. So we can rule it. We can rule it out as something that is a problem for the security of the system, anyways. I need to go to kick and I need to ban a couple of users. Hold on. Okay, I think that's it. All right. So in the meantime, let's go back And let's see if this grep command has found anything for us. So we're creating a file called grep_dylan.txt to see if there are any passwords for Dylan on the system. So let's read that file. It hasn't found anything yet. Okay. So, So I'll tell you for a fact that it is supposed to find something, but the problem is that grep on the entire file system can take a lot of time. So in the meantime, let's go back to our home directory. So I think the relevant information might be in the profile file over here. Let me take a look at it. Nope, not in the profile. Is it in the... Okay, but anyways, we'll give that a little bit more time to run. In the meantime, another place you can look for privilege escalation vectors is you can look inside the OPT, the optional directory, and this directory usually has optional files or optional programs. And in this case, nothing exists here, so that's not the way we're doing it for this system. And another technique we could use is we could take a look at the cron tab. So there's a command called cron tab on Linux, and if it exists, it'll tell you what programs are being run on regular intervals, and that's another way we could potentially look for privilege escalation possibilities. So let me move back into temp. So something else that we like to do is we like to take a look at running processes with this command right here, ps aux. This is going to let us know all the processes that are running on the system and what users are using them. So we've got most of these processes are being run by the Axel user. A couple of them are being run as the root user. Sometimes you'll see the root user running some sort of unusual process, and sometimes through root running some unusual process, you're able to get privilege escalation, but not in this particular case. So another thing we can do is you can take a look at netstat. Netstat is a program that is sometimes on systems, but I guess these days not on systems. But what we want to do is we want to see if there's any relevant networking information on this particular box. So I think another command you can do is the ss command. So let me ask ChatGPT really quick. Using the ss command on Linux, how can we see what networking ports are active and which are listening on a host? Socket statistics, okay, that's what it stands for. Okay, so show all active connections and listening ports, ss-a. Alright, let's do that. So ss-a. Okay, so we see that, man, there are a lot of ports. Okay, so listening on all interfaces, we've got SSH, we've got HTTP, and boot PC. So these are all ports that we've already seen. Well, I guess not. We haven't seen this one, but oh, this is our attacking machine. So we're connected to our attacking machine on this port. Okay, great. So aside from that, it doesn't look like we're connected on any other port over here. Let's go back. Okay, so let's see if our grep command is found anything good. Actually, let's see if it's still running. So the grep command is no longer running. Let me take a look at my notes again. I might have run the wrong command. I need to... Let me ask ChatGPT again. Using grep, how do we search the entire file system for a particular string? Combine it with commands. You need to combine it with commands like find or grep directly with recursive options. So method 1, using grep with recursive search. Oh, I did the wrong... Okay, I did the wrong... Sorry. Man, I did the wrong command. So... this grep command over here, I should have run it not in the current directory, but in the entire file system with this symbol right here. So that was my mistake. So let me run it again. Okay, so now that it's running, now it might take a while as well. Okay, so it did find some instances of this pattern. But at the top over here, we see inside of our Axel directory in the .bashrc file, there's this over here, export Dylan pass, blah blah Dylan. Okay, so this is the password. So we managed to find it because we grepped the entire file system for instances of the Dylan user. And this is Dylan's password. Okay, so let's copy that. And then let's become the Dylan user. So we're just going to clear. I'm going to switch users to Dylan. We're going to paste in his password. And we're now Dylan. Okay. Alright, so like the previous user, let's figure out if we can run sudo commands as the Dylan user. So it says here, user Dylan may run the following commands on look. So that's the name of this host. Dylan can run as the root user with no password, user bin nokogiri. So what is this program right here, nokogiri? Let's learn a little bit more about it with our presentation. So we're going to use privilege escalation on this box with sudo nokogiri. So nokogiri is a program for parsing HTML, XML, SAX, and reader files. Nokogiri works inside of an interactive Ruby environment, otherwise known as an RIB. So it says right here, parses a document and launches an interactive Ruby session, IRB, allowing one to analyze the result interactively. So the reason we can do privilege escalation using this command, nokogiri, is because it launches an interactive Ruby session. So if we're able to run system commands inside of the interactive Ruby environment, we can open an interactive shell with the command illustrated above. So in this case, we need to run the command with sudo, and while the command is running, we have to give this command right here, exec bin bash, which is going to create a interactive shell. And in this case, because it's running as sudo, it's going to give us a root shell. So let's demonstrate. So over here, we're going to do sudo nokogiri, and we're going to specify a file to read because nokogiri is a file reader. We're just going to specify the user password file. It says your document is stored in @doc, So right now we're inside of the interactive Ruby environment, and if we take a look over at GTFO bins over here, the name of the program that's being used right now is IRB, the interactive Ruby environment. So we can see here that IRB can be exploited if we can use it, if we can run it as sudo, which is basically what we're doing right now. So let's take a look. So under the sudo header over here, it says if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So if we're able to use sudo IRB, which is effectively what we're doing right now, we can just give this command exec bin bash to open up a root shell. So back over here, we're going to do exec bin bash and run the command, and we are now root. So if we ask who am I, it says we're root. So if we ask who are you,
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so we've rooted the system. We are root. So to finish the exercise, all we need to do is move into the root directory and then read the root.txt file. But we're not going to directly read the root.txt file because the organizers at the Vulnix website don't want people who are doing walkthroughs or demonstrations of their systems to read the flags on the videos. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to redirect this output to a file called iReadRoot.txt. So because the file exists on the system and it is the same size as the root.txt file, and if we do md5 sum to get the file hash for root.txt and iReadRoot.txt, we see that they're the same. They have the same file hash, which means they're the same file, which means we've effectively read root.txt and finished the exercise. So thank you very much for watching this video on how to compromise the Vulnix look system, and we'll see you next time. But that's just for the YouTube video. We're going to continue on because it is because we still have one more activity to do on today's stream. We're going to we're going to stall for a little bit for the next 30 minutes or so because the next activity is supposed to start at the top of the hour. But anyways, if you have any questions about what we did to root this system, please let us know in the chat. Anyways, I'm going to delete iReadRoot.txt and then get out of here. Alright. So to anybody who's interested, the next challenge that we're going to do at the top of the hour is going to be over on the HackMyVM website over here, and it's going to be the simple machine. So it says simple machine. Who knows how simple that might be? And if you actually want to take a look at this machine yourself, you can do so at the following link. Pebble, hello. Pebble says, "What's up, Shy Hat? I'm here, and I'm just wrapping up my walkthrough video for one of those Linux systems, and we're gonna hang out for a little bit, and then we're going to be hacking against the a Windows challenge. So I'm on my Windows ARC right now. I'm trying to learn how to hack Windows again, and we're going to be doing another machine over at HackMyVM.eu. So this is the machine we're doing tonight. We're going to be doing that in about 25 minutes because I have a schedule to keep. But yeah, you know, Pebble, I eventually went back to the machine that we were hacking against last time, and I disabled the internet, and I was able to finish it because Windows wasn't allowed to update. It's because I allowed the virtual machine to access the internet, so it downloaded all the Windows updates and it blocked all of the hacking tools that we were using. So so yeah, there's that. But it was a great educational exercise. So I'm very thankful I got to experience that. So I actually figured out how to block VMs from accessing the internet and only have the VMs communicate with other VMs on the network. Anyways, it's something that Pebble says. By the way, Windows has basically no signatures against run as cs.exe. It legit took me 5 minutes to bypass AV. Windows doesn't have any signatures against run as cs.exe. So what did you do to modify the run as cs.exe file? Did you just change around some variable names, or did you rename the binary itself? I'm wondering how you managed to bypass it. But let's see. So let's get ready for the next challenge. Another thing that we can do in the meantime is we can actually do more programming challenges. So HackMyVM has these series of programming challenges over here, and they've got 33 of them apparently. So that's going to be it's actually pretty fun. Well, I mean, I think it's fun to do these programming challenges where you have to communicate with the server and write up a script to solve the challenge. Pebble says, just renamed all the instances of run-as-cs in the code to something random, recompiled, and it worked. So I think that works in a lot of cases. So I think in a lot of cases, Windows is looking for specific function names. So if you change the names of all the functions and rename some of the variables, then it doesn't know what it's looking for, and you can get it past the antivirus. So let's do another level. So we've got our temperance over here. We're doing level 8, and we're just gonna solve one of these levels while we're to kill some time between here and the next challenge. Okay, so Pebble, are you gonna do a big Thanksgiving dinner with your family? So I live in Canada, so we did our Thanksgiving like a few weeks ago. But I mean, Thanksgiving is really big down in the States, which I assume you're in. But I mean, I don't know for a fact that you're American, but I'm just kind of guessing. Pebble says nothing huge, just staying at home with close family. So are you a turkey fan? Are you a big fan of like a roast turkey with the gravy and stuffing and stuff? Or can you take it or leave it? So okay, so for this level, you're going to receive 2 numbers. You must return the result of adding both. Not a big turkey guy. Well, I mean, turkey's not flavorful, but it is good meat if you just want protein. All right, so let's go into our temp directory and start writing up this level. So we've got all of the code from the previous levels that we were doing. And Pebble, if you feel like joining in with us, I've got all of the previous code for these levels that we've solved already in my GitHub repository. So these are all the solutions for the previous levels of this challenge that we've done. Okay, so we're just going to copy this. It's going to be level 7, and we're going to copy that to level 8. Okay, and then let's Alright, so let's take a look at what we need to do in this particular level of the programming challenge. So for level 8, it says, in this mission you will receive 2 numbers. You must return the result of adding both. So it's going to give us 2 numbers like this, and then we need to add the two numbers together and then send them back to the server. Okay, so first of all, let's go in here. We've got an ad break coming up. Thank you very much to everybody on Twitch for watching ads, because they're mandatory. If I could run this channel without ads, I would. But unfortunately, you're gonna have to watch some ads. So the people who don't have to watch ads, let's talk about what's going on in the script here. So we're using the socket module to communicate with the server on a particular port. So this host and port over here. We create the socket object in this part of the code. And then we get the banner from the challenge over here. We need to send in bytes the level name that we want to access. So we're just going to adjust this. So we're going to adjust this. We're going to be accessing level 8. It says over here, receiving challenge, and then we receive whatever bytes we're going to receive from the challenge over here in the form of this variable here called data2. So the next thing we need to do after we do that is we need to convert the numbers into a string. We need to convert the bytes into a string. So we're going to receive bytes. We need to turn to a string because we need to isolate the two numbers that we need to add. So that's going to be the same. So up until there, we're just going to comment out all the other code. And what we're going to do is we're going to write a little function. So just over at the top of the code, we're going to write our function our add numbers function. So add numbers function code. Okay. So this is going to be add two numbers. It's going to be A and B. Maybe we're going to do number 1 and number 2. So this is going to be a very easy function. All it's going to do is it's going to return num1 plus num2. Okay? That's all it's going to do. So the rest of this is going to be connection code. But we've written this function over here, add two numbers, with number 1 and number 2. Okay. So let's save this and then let's run the script. So we're going to run level 8. Invalid syntax. Oh, wait, I need to use the def keyword. Yeah. So when we write a function, we need to use the def keyword. My bad. Okay, so when we run the script as it's written now, we receive the banner over here. Then we receive the challenge, which is two numbers in the form of bytes. So we need to convert the bytes into a string, and then we need to isolate these two numbers. So to do that, we convert the bytes into a string, and then we need to isolate the numbers. To isolate the numbers, we need to convert the string into a list. So let's see, it's going to be challenge list, I guess. Challenge list equals challenge string, but we're going to split it. So we're going to split it, which means it's going to be turned into a list with two numbers. But we need to we need to make sure that the split method creates integers, because we need to add integers. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT really quick. When we use the split method in Python, how do we ensure that any numbers are integer objects in the returned list? So to ensure that numbers in the result of split are converted into integers, you can use a list comprehension to iterate over the split elements and convert them using the int function. Okay. So for example, we've got a string that looks kind of similar to this, where it's got 2 numbers instead of 5. We need to split and convert to integers. Integer list equals int num for num in integer input string dot split, and then that's going to give us number objects instead of string objects. So let's just copy this little line of code, then go back. So I guess what this is going to be is so challenge list equals int for the numbers in challenge string dot split. So what this is going to do is it's going to iterate over each one of these objects. I guess it's called the num in this case, and it's going to try to figure out, it's going to add it as an integer object. Okay. Alright, so after we've got our list, we're going to define the numbers. So define the numbers to be added, and that's going to be num1 is going to be equal to challenge lists index 0, and num2 is going to be challenge lists index 1. So after that's done, I think we should print something out at this point. So I'm going to print something out. We're going to print with an f string. First number to be added, and let's just put this in, num1, and then the second one is going to be second number to be added. Let me copy this. So this is going to be second number to be added. So that was the define the numbers to be added step. Next thing we need to do is we need to actually perform the operation. So run the add to numbers function. Result integer equals add to numbers. So we're going to do this function call with num1 and num2. Okay? So after we've done that, we've got an integer. So we need to convert the integer to a string. So convert the integer to a string. So the reason why we need to convert the integer to a string is because that's the format that the challenge wants it in. So any integers need to be converted into strings and then converted back into bytes before we can send it. So in this step, we're going to result string is going to be result integer, but we're going to run the string function on it to turn it into a string. Okay. So I guess we can probably print out something here as well. We're going to print result, and we're going to do result integer. Okay. Okay, so we take the result integer to convert into a string, and then we need to convert it into bytes. So let's skip to this step over here, convert the string into bytes. So answer bytes equals result string. Dot encode UTF-8. After that, I think we're done. So let's save this out, and then let's run the script. So level8.py. Okay, so what do? We received the banner, then we received the challenge string, the challenge bytes over here, 2 numbers. So we convert this into a string, and then we turn into a list of numbers. So we isolate the 2 numbers to be added, this and this, and then we run the function which adds the 2 numbers, which is this. Then we convert this is an integer, so we need to convert it into a string, and then convert it into bytes, and then send that to the server, and then we can receive the flag, which is this. Okay, so let's finish the challenge by copying this, then going back to the challenge server and submitting the flag. Okay, so that was the correct flag. Great. Okay, so to finish this level, we're going to write the code that we're going to take the code that we wrote for this challenge, and we're going to write it to our GitHub. So here, let's grab this code. Oh, didn't highlight that correctly. Okay. Okay, so let's go over and create our GitHub page. So this is going to be level 8, level x08.py. We paste in our code. Commit the changes. And we're done. If you're interested in taking a look at the code we used to solve this level, you can access it over here. So something I'm going to add a little disclaimer. I'm not a programmer. I like coding in Python, and I like using Python to solve little problems by writing little scripts. But I'm not by any means a professional programmer, and there's a lot of the code that I'm writing over here is horribly inefficient, probably. But I just try to create solutions with this code, using whatever methods I know, which are not necessarily the best ones. If you have any suggestions for how we can improve the code, please let us know, because I want to be educated as to how to be a better coder. Alright, so let's get ready to start our next challenge. So the next challenge is going to happen in about 5 minutes, and I need to start up the virtual machine that's associated with the challenge. So that's the one for the old challenge. I'm just closing that out. So let me show you what I was talking about previously about machines that aren't supposed to communicate with the internet. So I've got my I've got my VirtualBox virtual machine settings over here, and we've got these modern Windows 10 machines over here, and the thing about these machines is that they're not supposed to. They're written with a very specific environment in mind, and if you let these Windows machines communicate with the internet, then they're going to be able to update them to where they're the most secure. And these exercises are not written with completely secure Windows systems. So if you go over to network, what we need to do is we need to set it up so that the network adapter we're using is a host-only adapter, which means that the virtual machine can only talk with other virtual machines on the network and not to the open internet. If it's able to access the open internet, it's going to fully update, and all of our hacking tools are probably not going to work. So you might ask, why wouldn't you want it to be completely secure? Because, it's because we're in these scenarios. We're only trying to achieve very specific goals, and the very specific goals don't necessarily require. Sometimes they require the virtual machine to be somewhat insecure, because otherwise we can't use our techniques to compromise them. Anyways, all that to say that if you're running virtual machines and you're running CTF boxes and they're running Windows, don't let them communicate with the internet so that they do not automatically update to the latest version. Okay, so let's start up that virtual machine. So VirtualBox is running over here. This is a Windows 10 machine that we're going to be hacking against. Like I said, like I might have, you might have heard me saying previously that I do not have much. I'm not very good at hacking against Windows systems anymore, so I want to get better at hacking against Windows environments. So it's gonna be a fun little journey. I don't guarantee that I'm going to look like a super competent person while I'm doing this, but if you're okay with that, then everything's okay. All right, so the first thing we need to do is we need to identify what's going on, where the machine is. So where is this machine? It's somewhere on the network. So we need to figure out where. I'm going to use this ifconfig command to figure out where our attacker machine is on the network. And the network that I'm looking at is this ETH1 network, which is the host-only network. So the network range is going to be 192.168.50.56.0/24. So we're going to run an nmap scan to locate the Windows machine that we want to hack against on the network. So it's going to be an nmap scan like this. So it's going to be SN, which is going to be do not connect, just find the machines on the network for this IP range. So the IP range is this. At the very end, we supply the range, which is 0/24, which is a 255 host network. Actually, it's 256. So there's only 250, at maximum 256 addresses over here. So we run the scan. It should be coming back in a little bit. So we find two hosts that are up. So I think our machine is number 103 on this IP range, and the machine that we want to hack against is 101. So let's confirm that with ifconfig. So we are 103. So the machine that we want to hack against is 192.168.56.101. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to run an nmap scan. So the Nmap scan is going to be something like this. We're going to run the scan very verbose with 4 threads against all ports on all and get common scripts and versioning information against any services that we find. So as this is a Windows machine, there are going to be some common ports that are going to be open on the system. And let's just take a look. Okay. So we ran Nmap. We see that port 80 is open on this system. It's not super common to see port 80 open on Windows systems, but it is in this case. But these are common ports right here for Windows systems. There's port 135, 139, and 445. So I think these correspond with NetBIOS, and then these 2 ports over here, 139 and 445, are associated with SMB. So this is the server message block or the file sharing service for Windows machines. And we're going to probably find a bunch of different ports on the 40,000 range over here, which are all associated with the RPC service, which I think is controlled by port 135 or managed by the service on port 135. So the first thing we can do now that we know okay. So we also see that port 5985 is open, and port 5985 is associated with the WinRM service, which allows remote login to the system from admin user accounts. So we should probably try to figure out some information about the SMB service. And we're just going to go over to another tab. And we're going to run this tool right here called enum for Linux. Enum for Linux is going to enumerate some different whoops. What is this IP address? So yeah, this IP address is not very easy for me to memorize, so just copy it. I did something wrong. What is the enum for Linux options IP? Oh, okay. So I don't need to supply the okay. Oh, okay. So we tried to use enum for Linux to determine information about the SMB service, but in this case, it wasn't able to find anything because of this setting right here. So the server doesn't allow sessions using username password, aborting reminders of tests. So username blank and password blank doesn't work. So maybe we can get some information if we specify that we're the guest user. So in this case, we need to supply a username. So username is where? Username is where? Get user list. Oh, it's okay. Alright, anyways. Over here. Oh, okay, so our Nmap scan has come back. So Nmap has identified the web server as IIS version 10.0. So this is the IIS server software that's associated with Windows 10, I'm pretty sure. And it says the HTTP title here is simple. Okay. So I don't think... So, alright. So since we don't have any information that we can enumerate using from the SMB service, we're going to try to enumerate the web server port instead. So let's use Nikto. And Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. And we're going to try to see if we can find any common vulnerabilities on the web port, on the web server here at this IP address. And in the meantime, what we can also do is we can run a little derb scan. And derb is a tool that we can use to do directory busting to find out whether or not there are specific endpoints on a web server. And in this case, it's going to find some ASP.NET client. Okay, so I'm not super familiar with dealing with Windows web servers either. So I guess there's going to be a lot of stuff I need to learn in today's exercise. All right, so ASP client system web. All right. Let's check out the web server. So the web server is going to be over here at this IP address. It says coming soon. Our website is currently undergoing scheduled maintenance. Thanks to the work team. Oh, okay. So on the web server, on the landing page here, we've got a list of users. So we can actually use this list of users to try to figure out if any of them have, well, we can use this list of users to try to brute force and see if we can log in as any of these users on the SMB service. So let's grab this list of users and then create a list. So I'm just going to go into the temp directory and create users.txt. And I'm just going to create a file using nano, paste in all the users that we found there, and I'm going to separate these users by line. Okay. Alright, so now that we have these usernames, I'm going to save these usernames, and then I'm going to try to brute force some usernames and passwords using the netexec program. So the netexec program is basically the tool you want to use when you're testing against Windows targets. So NXC is the abbreviation for the program, and in this case, we're going to use NXC to try to enumerate to the SMB service, and we're going to provide a username and password. So the username is going to be the username list, users.txt list, and the password that we're going to try to brute force is we're going to use the rocku.txt list. So the rocku.txt list is a password list that was leaked out, I want to say about 20 years ago, and it has 14 million passwords on it. So the rocku.txt list is a very common list used for password brute forcing or for hash cracking. So it's going to be on Kali Linux. It's going to be at user share word lists rocku.txt like this. So what netexec is going to try to do is it's going to try to take all of the users in the users.txt file and then try to brute force log into SMB with all of the passwords in the rocku.txt file. So let's run that. It might take a long time. Could not decode password file. Make sure that the file only contains UTF-8 characters. You can ignore with this string right here, so let's run that. Ignore PW decoding. And let's run that again. Okay, so it's just going to try to brute force using all these usernames and passwords until it finds a match. And I'm not sure, it's probably going to stop as soon as it finds a valid match for us. But in the meantime, we can probably go over and explore the rest of the website. So let's do that. So it looks like we have an incoming ad starting in about a minute. So while the ad is running, I won't necessarily do anything super important. We might run another bird video for all of us bird-loving people. But let's go over to the website over here. On the website, it looks like none of the links in here lead anywhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the HTTP source. It doesn't look like there's anything super important here. Okay, so let's just get out of here. So it's just going to keep on going. So according to Nikto, retrieve X AskNet version header, we've got a version for this particular web server software version. Let's take a look at so I'm just going to run derb one more time. What is this IP address? So I think I might want to, because I'm having trouble remembering this IP address, I'm probably going to add it to my etc host file. And yeah, so let me just do that. So we've got an ad running right now. Let's just add that file, that entry to the etc host file right now. So we're going to do sudo nano etc hosts. Okay, we're going to set this as, this IP address is going to be simple.hmv. Okay. So after that, we're going to save this out. And we're going to see if there's anything. So we still haven't been able to brute force any credentials over here. We're just going to leave it running for now. Okay, and then Pebble says I would use users as passwords. That's a pretty good pretty good tell. So I'm going to do, we're going to copy the users file, and we're going to make another file called passwords.txt. And then we're going to try to do that again. nxc users.txt passwords.txt. And let's see if this works out okay. Huh. It didn't give us, oh wait, that was WinRM. It should be SMB. Oh, and that's the wrong IP address. Okay, this should work. Huh, what does this mean? Password expired. Does that mean that the password is valid? Status password expired. Okay. I think it means you can change it. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Look up that error. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that means that we can log in using these credentials, right? But we can look this up real quick. What does this Windows error message when I log in user? Password has expired and must be changed before they can log in or access certain resources. Okay. So the user account is subject to a domain-wide policy which specifies a maximum password age. When that password expires, the user cannot log in until they change it. Okay, so I guess log in with an administrator account. Disable password okay. Alright, well, I mean, you know, that's educational. So let's try enumeration then. So that's going to be it's going to be BOGO BOGO. It's like this, right? SMB shares? No? Yeah, I need to get a netexec cheat sheet. Okay, let me just grab one real quick. Just shares. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Domain simple, name simple, signing false, SMB1 false, simple BOGO, BOGO, status password expired. Okay. So I guess it's not going to let me do anything before I change the password? I'm not sure how I changed the password in this case. Alright, so this other brute force attack is still going. It's probably not going to go anywhere. Yeah? Can I use netexec? Let me look this up. netexec change expired password. Using credentials must show results with expired. How to change your own expired password when you can't something something. Okay, maybe this. How to change your own expired password when you can't log into RDP. Okay. Do we have a command? Changing password using PowerShell. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So this I don't think this is going to help us because we still need to access the machine via RDP. Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay, I need to change my password on a Windows system, but I can't access. Actually, I'm going to say in a remote Windows system. Can't access the machine by RDP. How can I do this with just CLI tools? Can't access the remote Windows system via RDP, but have command line access such as through PowerShell SSH or other remote CLI tool. You can change your password using the following methods. Using the net user command. If you have administrative privileges on the remote system, you can use the net user command to reset your own or another user's password. Open a remote command line or PowerShell session via tools like WinRM, PSExec, or SSH. Run the following command. Net user, username, new password. Using PowerShell. If PowerShell remoting is enabled and accessible, you can change your password remotely. From your local machine, start a remote PowerShell session. Once connected, run the command. Okay, so... well, I mean, I need to run PowerShell using WMIC, Windows Management Instrumental Command Line. Using PSExec, using Active Directory for domain users. If your account is a domain account, you can change your password using the net or set. Okay. Maybe there's something inside Impacket. So let me try looking this up. Or maybe ChatGPT knows. Using Impacket, is there a script that allows users to change their expired password? Okay, so Impacket includes a script called rpcclient.py that can be used to interact with Windows systems over RPC and allows you to change an expired password. This script is particularly useful when you have an expired account that you need to update the password remotely. Using RPC client. Okay, let me look up the and see if I have this script. rpcclient.py. Okay, so it exists. So Python and then this script right here. Okay, domain / username / hashes. Man, this is a long command. Okay. Let's copy that. So it's going to be new password. How about we make it good old password 123 exclamation point. Okay, set user info number 2, username, I guess is Bogo. We need target IP. Target IP is this. We need a domain and a username, so it's going to be /Bogo. The domain is simple, I'm pretty sure. Spelled like this. I don't have hashes. So can I run this if I don't have, or do we need to make a hash for our password? The NTLM hash of the account's current password if known, or use plain text credentials if enabled. Okay, so I guess we could put in we might be able to put in BOGO here, like the current password, and I think it should be okay. But let me try it with just this. I think this is everything. Okay, did we... There's no confirmation. Alright, well, let's try to log in using the new password. So the new password is password123 exclamation point. And the user we're going to try is BOGO. Login failure. Huh. Is the password still BOGO? Oops. Yeah, it didn't go through. Simple/BOGO. BOGO. I would connect to RPC first. Okay. I might have typed in the command wrong too, because I think the name of the domain is not in all uppercase. So, and actually, you know what? I think I'm going to try setting the password as something that is not, that doesn't have a special character in it, just to see if it works. So it should be like this. Simple/BOGO, because here it says simple/BOGO like that. But I mean, how do you connect to RPC? Pebble, if you know which program you use to connect to RPC, could you let me know? RPC client user at IP. Okay, let me give this a try. Cannot connect to server, error, anti-status unsuccessful. RPC client UN target. Okay, so there's a different error message. Anti-status unsuccessful versus anti-status access denied. But we have a user that has an expired password, so we're trying to figure out how to reset their password using some sort of program. So I'm just gonna give this a go, see if it works. U BOGO no N. Okay. Wait, where was it? I was over here. Here? Yeah. Oh. Okay, it says cannot connect to server, whatever password expired. Okay. That didn't work. So I think there might be... I think I'm going to have to supply the hashes for the NTLM hash. So is there some sort of utility online? resetting passwords remotely. Thanks for the link, Pebble. Let me just grab this so I can take a look in the web browser. Okay, while performing password guessing on a network, I'll find valid credentials, but the password will be expired. There's a challenge because the credentials are of limited use until they are reset. I've found multiple ways, okay. Remote desktop protocol, okay. Metasploit, okay. Use Metasploit. Scanner. Oh no, this is just for detection, right? SMB password requires anonymous access to the IPC share. This is not likely. SMB password probably the simplest way to perform a reset remotely. SMB password. Well, is this installed on Kali? No? Probably need to install it myself. SMB. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, it is installed. Nice. Huh. Well, I mean, we can give it a try. SMB password, and then remote host with the R flag and the username with the U flag. I mean, we can give it a try. The worst thing that can happen is that it doesn't work. So it's R and U. So this is the IP address. Let me grab that. Old SMB password. New SMB password. Retype new SMB password. NT status access denied. Oh, okay. So it's because... Yeah. If you need anonymous authentication, then never mind. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you live and you learn. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. Are there any other methods in this article? By default, anyone can connect over IPC share anonymously. It is sometimes the case that IPC share is not accessible. It's not going to work. Okay. Change password. Requires access to IPC share and Windows. So this is an old utility for Windows that has been around for a long time. So I don't have a window. Well, I mean, I'm not accessing this using Windows, so I might need to. Anyways, let's get out of here. Impacket SMB password requires access to the IPC share. This is basically the same as SMB password, but re-implemented in a non-interactive way in Impacket by Snow Crash. It has a really cool feature of not needing to know the original plain text as long as you use the hash. Okay, well, we can try using this this Impacket one. Fuzz the web server more. Well, I mean, you know, I think I want to try this one out, the Impacket one. SMB password.py. Let me locate it. You need the access, right? So set, let's see, PowerShell script. Rubius. Requires Windows AV Evasion. LDAP. Impacket RPC change password. Caveats unknown. RPC change password can be used to change account passwords over NSRPC instead of using SMB password. Pull request here. Do we even have this script? Yeah. Impacket K password. Changing passwords with Kerberos. File Explorer. K password. Okay, okay. Okay. Let me do a little bit more research with this other tool over here. So the tool that we were trying to use is this one over here, rpcclient.py. Maybe it could be that ChatGPT was giving us the wrong command syntax. So I'm just going to try doing a little Google search. Reset AD password with Linux. Maybe we should specify expired. Resetting an expired password remotely. Impact examples change password.py. Can perform password change when the current password is expired. So is this... Let me take a look at this one. Dang, I'm opening up too many tabs. So the question is, does this script? So this is part of the Impacket repository. Do I have it in Kali Linux right now? Okay, so this exists in the current Impacket repository, and it's on Kali. Okay, so maybe we can try this one. So how do we use this? Does it teach us how to use the script? Okay, well, maybe we can just supply... Okay. Positional arguments. I'm going to look for an example on the internet. Okay, so what does it say here? There's no example here. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so let's take a look at this blog. Search for it. Here we go. Okay, there's an example. There's an example of the password of using the script. Great. So let's copy this, and we can use this as the example. Okay, so what do we got here? We have a password. We've got a new. We've got an IP address. We have a domain. And where's the username? I think the username goes here. Where does the username go? Where does the password go? So the new password is this. New password, new hashes, no pass, alt user, alt pass, protocol. Protocol is going to be SMB, RPC, kpassword, or LDAP. Reset K, DC, IP address. So there's no domain controller in this case. Target is the last thing. So target is the last thing. Positional arguments. Target has to be domain slash username password at. Okay, let me copy this down. Okay, it's going to be domain. Domain is going to be simple. Simple. And the username is going to be BOGO. The password is going to be BOGO. At hostname or address. So the address is this thing. New password. So the new password, I'm going to just set it to. I'm just going to set it to BOGO. I wonder, we might not be able to set it to the same password as it was before. So I'm just going to set it as password 123, like that. Okay, and I wonder if this is the correct. This is the correct syntax. New pass, new hashes, no pass. Okay, let's give this a try. Didn't work. Because RPC S access denied. Okay. RPC access denied. Maybe we can try another protocol. So RPC didn't work. Let's try using another protocol. There's also SMB SAMR. And if that doesn't work, we can try KPassword or LDAP. Okay. A process has been requested access to an object has been not granted those rights. So SMB also didn't work. Maybe we can try KPassword or LDAP. I'll try LDAP first. Connection refused. Well, at least we're getting different error messages. What was the last one? So the last protocol was KPassword. Okay, let's try this one with KPassword. No address associated with that host name. So KPassword, I guess, has to do with Kerberos, and I don't know if Kerberos is running on this system. Okay, so not sure where we can go from here. So I guess we could also do more server enumeration, like what Pebble suggested. So what is this article here? So the article here is talking about finding weak AD computer passwords. I need to figure out if I'm using this RPC client.py tool incorrectly or not. So let me just search. Okay, so we've already seen pretending to be SMB password within packet, Active Directory enumeration, RPC client, password spraying and other fun, RPC client enumeration, RPC client.py, oh my gosh, this is a really detailed article. Brumbo, hello, nice to see you here. And let's do a quick hack the planet because we haven't done it in a while.
Hack the planet!
We're just trying to figure out how to reset a window user's password using a command line interface. Change password of user. Change password of user. Okay. Tiberius has just raided the channel with 41 viewers. Welcome, raiders, and thank you very much to Tiberius for the raid. To anybody who's wondering, my name is the Shy Hat, and I do cybersecurity, beginner cybersecurity education with a little program I call HackerFrogs, and I also do XZ Wearing Metal is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following. Z Wearing Metal. Let's do a fun little redeem over here. I've got all sorts of redeems. Let's do all the things, which is a nerdcore rap song by Dualcore. Let's see. MSQQQ has just followed. Thank you very much for following. And AYWC has followed. Thank you very much for the follow, AYWC.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Thank you very much for the raid. And thank you very much for following The Bishop. The Bishop, thank you very much for following. And Xerox Tiberius, I was just wondering what kind of fun were you getting up to on this Wednesday? It's Web App Wednesday. I guess you were getting up to web app stuff. We're currently doing Windows right now. And we're just trying to figure out how to reset. If anybody knows how to reset a user's password using the hacking tools on Kali Linux, please let us know. Because that's what we're trying to do right now. So change the password of a user. Maybe I can look that up in the article. What is HackerFrog? Asks Mulgars. Mulgars says, HackerFrogs is the name of the program, the education program that I wrote. And it's all about getting people into beginners level cybersecurity. Pebble says, you need access to IPC share? Change. I guess we're looking for change. Change password from the users. The previous command, it's possible to create a user through RPC client. Depending on the user's privilege, it's possible to change the password using the change password command. I guess that requires us to log in to the RPC client first. So I guess that's kind of a no-go. But, well, like I said, if anybody knows if we can change our expired password, please let us know. All right, let's go back. So we got the website over here. But we need to figure out if we can use this or not. So let's go back to trying to enumerate the web server. And let's just run dirb. So it's simple.hmv. So there's the ASP.NET client. We got system web. Let me take a look inside these other directories. So there's permission denied. Permission denied? ASP.NET client, permission denied, system web. Okay. So let's see, Pebble says I would fuzz ASPX and ASPX extensions as well. That's a good call. So I'm going to try to see if I can get inside this system web directory. So this is also prohibited. Okay. So maybe from here we should do some GoBuster enumeration. So So there's no PHP on this system, probably. Zip files, back files, XML files, JSON files. Maybe JSON and JS are out. MD log SSH. Maybe none of this either. So we're looking for ASPX and maybe ASP. And this is going to be simple.hmv. Okay. Let's see if we can... Oh, wait. We should probably look inside of this directory right here. ASP.NET Client. System. Web. Okay, this is going to take a little while. Maybe we can mosey on over to... So here's what's going on. We did find one set of credentials through brute forcing, and we found this user Bogo. Their password was also Bogo. So, but we couldn't find a tool that could reset this user's password because the password is expired unless we have access to the IPC share on over SMB. So oh, we found some stuff. So checkout.aspx. Are these, see, these are status 400. AWC says impacket SMB password didn't work. Mr. Muddy Pants says bloody AD has a set password option. Okay, so I think we tried impacket SMB password, but we weren't able to get it working. But bloody AD, I don't know that program. Bloody AD. So let me try looking this up. Bloody AD program. Okay. This tool can perform specific LDAP calls to domain controllers to perform AD privesc. Okay. Bloody AD is very nice. Oh wait, is it a Kali tool? Bloody AD. Let me see if I can. Let me see if it exists in Kali Linux. Is that the command? Okay, how to install sudo apt install bloody AD. Bloody AD. Yeah, it's not installed. Maybe I need to install it. Ronan says, did you tried share enum for guest or not? Yes, we have tried that. Unfortunately, it didn't work. So let me try installing this. Didn't we try guest user? Let's see. Does anybody know what we do for enum for Linux when we want to specify a user? Is it just you? Like this? Server doesn't allow session using username guest password blank. Let's try Bogo. I guess BOGO, we need to provide a password. We could provide the password BOGO. Doesn't allow password BOGO, username BOGO. Okay, I guess that's not going anywhere then. Okay, so did we finish installing the tool? I think we did. Bloody AD. Oh, it works. Okay. So we've got Bloody AD. Mulgars says, sorry, first time here. Is this a CTF you're trying? Yes. We're currently hacking against the HackMyVM simple box over here. So if you have an account over at hackmyvm.com, hackmyvm.eu, then you'll be able to see this challenge over here. This is a virtual machine that you download and deploy on your network, and that's how you interact with the game. You have to so the challenges I like to do challenges where I download VMs and deploy them on my network and then hack against them, as opposed to doing something like Try Hack Me or Hack the Box, where you have to open VPN into their network and then do that. You can give it a try, sure, why not? So how do we use Bloody AD? Okay, let me take a look. Bloody AD domain. Let's see. Add, get, remove, set. Pebble says that would make sense. What would make sense? Whoops. So Bloody AD, password, username, domain. Certificate. Guess user was enabled. Well, I mean, where were we? Okay, so let's see. So we need to set a domain and a username and a password. You can test with NXC. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for following, Mulgars. You are now a hacker frog. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't quite work out. Name simple, domain simple. Right. Where were we? Over here. So password BOGO, username BOGO, domain simple. What else do we need to provide? Domain, certificate, secure, host. Okay. So host is this IP. Okay, so commands are add, get, remove, or set. But Mulgar says, can you give a quick brief of what you achieved already so I can get up to speed? So we've we took a look at the website for this particular server, and on the website we found this user list. So because we found the user list over here, we were able to do some fuzzing and some brute forcing, and we found that the user BOGO has their own name set as their password, but the password is expired. So we need to find some way to reset BOGO's password using some tool without having access to the actual server. So that's what's going on right now. So this is a Windows 10 environment that we're hacking against. So what I really want to figure out right now is, can bloody AD reset expired password? Okay, so bloody AD wiki. Is LDAP/AD enabled on this box? If not, then bloody AD won't be useful here. I'm not. I've got the feeling that Active Directory is not enabled on this box, so maybe bloody AD isn't going to help too much. But let me do a little bit of reset password, change password. Set commands, set password, set command, set object. Mulgars asks, have you tried RDP with the expired password? I'm pretty sure we have. Oh, RDP? RDP. There's no RDP on this box. If you're talking about RPC client, then what was it? Username, password, IP address. Remote desktop. No, there's no remote desktop on the client as far as I know. Pebble says, I think your box is broken. Can you tell me how the disk? I looked at the walkthrough and he found shares with BOGO without resetting. Okay, so status password expired. Wait, is the password not supposed to be expired? In the walkthrough, is the password expired? Password shouldn't be expired. Man, I've got the best luck. I've got the best luck. First, so everybody, if you weren't here for the last time I tried to hack against Windows targets, in the last box, I accidentally gave the box internet access, and because the box had internet access, it did a Windows update, and the Windows update completely disabled all of the intended hacking tools that I was supposed to use to finish the box in the intended way. So there's a tip. If you ever put a Windows machine on your network that you want to hack against, don't give it internet access. Mr. Muddy Pants says, you locked it out. Maybe you locked it out from brute forcing it earlier. So that's possible, but it wouldn't expire the password. It would just say access denied or something, right? It wouldn't expire the password. But I'm not sure. I mean, Windows is pretty new to me. Hacking Windows, especially hacking like modern Windows environments, it would say locked out, not expired. Yeah. But so could somebody else confirm if anybody out there is willing to try this in their own environment? If you could download the machine and see if BOGO's password is expired or not, please let us know. It could be that because this machine was released like a year ago, so the password might have expired on the box. So this machine over here, whoops. It's an offline box. He added time to expire the password. I'm not sure, but let me go over to the machines and let me search up when the. Okay, so this was released like last year, back in 2023 in October. So if somebody out there could download the machine and put it on their network, and if you could tell us if BOGO is expired on their machine as well. If it is expired on somebody else's machine, it could be that that the machine wasn't configured correctly. But you know what? I could solve this very easily. So okay, let me demonstrate. So I've got my machine right here, right? So is that Control Alt Delete? Whoops. Actually, I think there's Input Control Alt Delete over here. God damn it. I can't just log into this goddamn box. Hold on. Input Control Alt Delete. Okay, so write credentials of the administrator. Damn it, I can't read Spanish. I hope it's working on VMware. Not sure. So I think I can I copy this? It says type the credentials for the administrator. I don't know the credentials for the administrator. Okay. Anyways, or press escape to change user. Okay, so escape. Escape. Select an option for the session of the administrator, or press escape to... Okay, so maybe I can choose BOGO. So, BOGO? Your password is expired. So, what? Accept or cancel? I guess accept. New password. Password BOGO. Wait, I can't put this in. Write the credentials of BOGO. Let's see. Mulgar says current pass, enter, new pass, enter twice. I can't. Oh, wait. I need to input enter. I need to do it like this. Keyboard settings, insert. This is so scuffed. Why won't it? Get the soft keyboard. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna. Not working on my VMware. Okay. So I can put in BOGO. This is, yeah, it is pretty funny. Why isn't it letting us? This is so dumb. Tab maybe? Tab. Oh, okay. BOGO. BOGO. What? The number. No, son. It's not. It's incorrect. Okay, fine. Password BOGO. New password. Password 1. Confirm password. Password 1. Se cambio su contraseña. Wait, do it. I'm logged in. Password was changed. I did it. We hacked it, everybody. Real hacking stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, now we can continue along the intended path. Jesus. All right, so I've changed the password to password 1. All right. All right. Wow. So dumb. So dumb. Okay, we can read IPC and we can read the logs, but we can't read the web. So I guess we can do what was it? SMB client? SMB client to the logs. We need the IP address. That was such a weird tangent. That was such a weird tangent. What? Oh, I forgot to set... Okay, I forgot to, username and password. How do you specify the username? Where is it? Domain/username. User equals. Oh, okay. So capital U. So like this. Hold on. Okay, I'm in SMB. So there's a log over here. Let's get that log. Okay, then we can. So everybody, so a word of advice, sometimes there's a weird configuration where you're able to do this command and then escape whatever directory you're in. It's happened on a couple of CTFs, so just keep that in mind. Alright, anyways, let's get out of here. What was the other share that we have access to? So the other share we have access to is the IPC share. I don't think we can access that. Can we? I don't think so. Yeah. Nope. Anyways, let's get out of here. Okay, so we've got this this log. So what kind of file is this? So it's Hewitt Packard graphics language. Okay. Can we open it with Nano? Oh, okay. These are... What? What is going on here? PHP? Why is... Okay. Is this... This is weird. So... I guess this is a log of somebody's commands on the system. And there was this test.php page over here. And they created a user named Marcos with this password right here, super password. Right? Okay, so that means that this user exists on the system, Marcos, super password. Let's check. Whoops. So let's get out of here. Let's try netexec. And is that how you spell it? Marcos? Let me check that file one more time. Super password. Let's see. Pebble says you can also do users with valid creds to see all users. Really? Oops. But password password expired again. God, oh my God, oh my God. Anyways, okay. Anyway, exit here. All right, I'm gonna have to do this again. I'm gonna do this again. Uh, so do I have to I need to send the control alt delete. Okay, so what is this? Oh no. Is this login as a user? Is this login as a user? Mulgars, are you still here? Which option is login as a user? Cesar session? Cambiar de usuario. Cambiar. What does cambiar mean? I want to choose cambiar change user, right? Okay. Cambiar de usuario. Personia Control Alt Super. Anyways, let's do Control Alt Delete. So we can do escape. 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 So Marcos. Marcos needs to put in his password. The password is super password is expired password accept. Okay, so password is this. New password is, oh gosh, password 1. Confirm password, password 1. Accept. Okay, anyways, now we can continue now that we've changed another user's password. Man. This is not how you design CTF boxes, guys. Anyways, alright, so this is... We're doing some real hacking tonight, everybody. Alright. So, let's see if Marcos has WinRM access. Whoops. So WinRM, let's see if they have access. So they don't have access to WinRM. But let's see which shares they have access to then. Hold on, need to keep my music going. Okay. So shares. Okay, so Marcos has access to the web directory. So I think... Does that mean they can write to the web directory? That means they can upload like a reverse shell, right? Yeah, okay. So we actually saw in the logs that they uploaded some sort of PHP reverse shell. So... Right. Okay, so... Let me take a look at the log. So the log makes a reference to this test.php script over here. So PHP... So a PHP reverse shell Windows script. So do we have one of those? Locate PHP reverse shell. Does this work for Windows? Do I need to... You need one specific for Windows, yeah. Right. So let me do a little Google search. PHP reverse shell script Windows. Windows PHP reverse shell, first thing that came up, so let's take a look. Based on a web shell, okay. Okay, so let's grab this. So this is a really old file. Hopefully it's still relevant. So let's just put this stuff in here. Okay, there's IP port. There's IP. I need to look up the IP for this interface. If config, this is my IP here. This one is pretty bad, but worth a shot. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. Whoops. Okay, so save that. And then let's do SMB client. Where was I? Which terminal was I using? Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. Okay, so we can go to the web directory. It's Marcos. So okay, so here we are. Index.html coming soon. Okay. Let's put php reverse shell.php. Okay. And we'll stay in here while we access it. Meanwhile, we can start up our netcat listener on port 443. And then here. Access the endpoint, php reverse shell.php. What? Is this not the correct directory? Yeah, this is 404 not found, right? Okay. Did I put it in the wrong directory? Jugpearl says, did you stop finding Vulnix? Oh, no. We're still doing Vulnix labs. But I'm not doing any new Vulnix labs. I'm just doing walkthroughs for the ones that I've already done. So right now we're doing, well, I'm doing Windows right now because I don't know how to hack Windows anymore. So I need to figure out how to hack Windows again. So I think we need to go to we need to go further into the directories before we can upload this reverse shell. So I think we need to go into the ASP.NET client directory, system web. What is this? Where is the web root? Pebble says, probably the coming soon directory. What was that displayed on the web page? Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so let's try that. CSS. No, this should be the web root. Did I misspell this? PHP reverse shell.php. PHP reverse shell.php. You know what? I'm gonna make a test file. Oh wait, that's the wrong directory. let's see if I can access this test.txt file. Yeah? Wait, did it delete? Did it delete my file? It's there. What is going on? File or directory not found, right? Coming soon directory. Oh. Yeah? Let's see. Mulgar says, can you make a simple test PHP? That FNF could be the exec it's trying to drop. Let me just try. Let me try this again. Let me take, yeah, I should take a look at the PHP reverse shell. fnf.exe, default shell.exe. It is doing an fopen on the exe on the temporary directory. Right. Let me take a look at the yeah, so it is here. I think I need to get a better PHP reverse shell. Just make a simple PHP file to test if PHP is properly enabled and working. Okay, so maybe we could do something like, hold on, let's get out of here. Nano test.php, and let's see, what was it? Echo, is it like this? Echo test, like that? PHP info, yeah. Pebble says, could also be that PHP isn't supported. Could try ASP reverse shell. PHP info. Okay, well, I'm going to try uploading this. I think this is correct PHP syntax, right? Now let me try. Okay, let's try uploading this. Put test.php, and then I'll try executing it here. It couldn't find it. Could be that PHP isn't supported. Could try ASPX reverse shell. Yeah. Let's see, ASP is kind of the PHP of Windows IIS. Yeah. So first of all, it can't find it. That's weird. It wouldn't. The error messages are kind of strange. But let's see if I can find an ASP reverse shell. So locate. Oh, that's not it. Locate reverse grep ASP Metasploit. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Let me just get one from the web. Okay, so let's grab this code. And let's create this file. Rev reverse.aspx. Whoa, this is long. Okay, so I guess we need to adjust these two over here. And I need to get my... Hold on. This is my IP address. Ads in process. Sorry about the ads, everybody. Okay, let's save this out. Okay, so now let's try to access this. Mulgar says, try something like this first to see if ASP is enabled. Okay, I think I've got my reverse shell. But thank you very much for the suggestion, Mulgars. Let me take a look at this link. Creating simple ASP pages. Oh, okay. Something like this. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the link. Mr. Muddy Pants says, I'd focus on finding what folder you can trigger first. Like the 504 indicates that it's not finding that page. So I think we got our shell access, I'm pretty sure. I tried loading up that reverse.aspx reverse shell that I uploaded, and it sort of hung. So I'm pretty sure we have shell access now. So we can put on our voice changer, and let's see.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Man. Whenever we break into a server, legitimately, and without accessing it through the back door, we like to put on our Scary Hacker voice and say, "We're in."
Okay, so done. Now what do we do? So we should be the default app pool. So this is the equivalent of www data on Linux servers. Okay. Pebble says, also to save you a headache, preface your netcat listener with the RL wrap. This allows you to do backspace and arrow keys. Huh. This allows you to do backspace. So I can't use backspace? I can do backspace, but I can't do arrow keys. Ronan says maybe Wappalizer can can tell the web tech easier. Wapalizer? But thank you very much for the advice. For the advice with Netcat for Windows. I don't use Netcat to connect to too many Windows machines, but looks like this is okay. It might be because of the reverse shell script as well. So what can we do? Everything's in Spanish. What do we do? Everything's in Spanish. Okay, so I guess we could move into the users directory. So we've got administrator, BOGO, Marcos, and public. So we know Marcos's password. We know that Marcos is probably who am I priv, right? Okay. Service accounts have impersonate privilege. Who am I priv? Impersonate privilege is enabled. Okay. So impersonate privilege means that we can we become the system authority user? Also the users folder. So how do we okay. I haven't done this in a while. So how do we do impersonate privilege? Potato time? Is it potato time? Okay. Okay, so man, I'm learning so much. I learned so much because I know so little. Anyways, so what's the modern potato exploit? Windows potato exploit. Here's my favorite article on it. JuggernautSec SE. Okay, so let's get that article. Thanks for all of the advice, everybody. It depends on the OS version. In this post, we're exploring multiple techniques that we use to abuse the SE impersonate privilege. Obtain foothold on the Windows 10 machine as the IS app pool service. Enumerate the account's permissions to find that it has this enabled, which will utilize to escalate privileges to the system by performing a potato attack with juicypotato.exe. Okay. Okay, so before we log into the FTP server, craft a TXT file that we can upload. Okay, so we need to. So in this, they also use an ASPX shell, reverse shell. Enumerate privileges, we've done that. Okay. Impersonating the local system account with Juicy Potato. So trick the NT Authority system account into authenticating via NTLM into the TCP endpoint that we control. Man in the middle, NTLM relay. The OS versions that are affected by this vulnerability include Enterprise 8.1, 10, 10. Okay. Juicy Potato attacks do not work on Windows 10 versions equal to or greater than, and does not work on Server 2019 at all. So we need to figure out what version of Windows we're running. So this is Microsoft Windows Server 2019. So it might not work because it does not work on server 2019 at all. And this is server 2019. So we need to find another way to exploit this. Scroll down. I think print spooler works on 2019. Print spooler. This is all coming back to me. I used to do stuff like this back when I was actually hacking Windows systems. Stuff like potato exploits and print spooler. Where is print spooler? Impersonating print spoofer. Right, okay. So this exploit uses an entirely different technique than the potato attacks. A cool thing that resulted from discovery is that the exploit actually works on all versions of server 2016 and server 2019, as well as every version of Windows 10 from at least 1607 onwards. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, the actual service is called Print Spooler, I'm pretty sure. So, okay, so 2019, we need to get a version. Or maybe I'm just gonna trust that it's gonna work. I'm just gonna believe. I'm just gonna, yeah. Okay, so abusing this, we need to piggybacking off a scenario we used to get to foothold. Let's see what happens when we get a shell as ISA app pool, except this time the target is running this. Okay, this looks kind of like the system that we're working on right now. So check the version of the operating system. We find that this is a server 2019 machine, which means Juicy Potato will not work here. We can use printspoofer.exe to elevate our privileges to system. Best of all, this exploit drops us right into system shell directly inside of our current shell. Okay. So there's print spoofer over here. Let me just get that thing. Print spoofer 64.exe. So okay, so I'm just going to copy this over. So print spoofer 64.exe is here. I'm going to upload it using the using SMB. Okay, so after that we can manually navigate to that directory. So I'm pretty sure we can go into inetpub and into the www root, and printspoofer64.exe is here. So how do we use it? So printspoofer64.exe I command. Okay, well, maybe this is gonna work. We're still our low privilege user. Huh. Did it not Okay, so Ronin has a link to a repository called Dead Potato. I've never heard of this potato. What is this dead potato? Found privilege, named pipe listening, create process as user OK. There have been times where this exploit has not worked for me. I was very confident it would. Whenever I ran into an exploit, it would look like this. It would execute, but nothing would happen. Then, when setting up my lab for this attack, this was happening again. After attempting to run the exploit from the GUI on the lab machine, it was observed that this DLL was missing, which comes packaged with Visual Studio. Oh. Since we cannot see this pop up from the box from a reverse shell, we can check if it's on the system with the following command. Okay, well, let's, if the output comes out empty, there's a good chance this is the reason why print spoofer is failing. Okay. This has been quite the ride, everybody. Whoops. Okay, so the file's missing. vcruntime is missing. So does it mean we have to, I would not suggest downloading the DLL from the internet, as you cannot download it directly from Microsoft. As far as I know anyways. Instead, download Visual Studio onto a lab machine, then copy the DLL over to your attacker machine. After transferring a copy of this to the attacker machine, we can download it onto our victim machine. We will not be able to move the file to our default location of this as its NAP pool account, but if we keep the DLL and the exploit together in the same folder, it should work. So... How do I get this file? I feel like a software pirate right now. VC runtime. Okay. Okay. There's one on dllfiles.com. I don't know if that's a safe thing to do or not. Jeez. Okay. So Ronan suggested the dead potato exploit. So let me take a look at this dead potato repository. Dead Potato is a Windows privilege escalation utility from the Potato family. This script has been customized from the original God Potato source. So many potatoes. Okay. Dead Potato, great. In the following case, the CMD module is used. Many modules are available for use. Okay. Looks like it's compiled for net 4. Who am I priv? Okay, has to be enabled. Great. Alright, so where are the releases? So the releases are over here. We've got our net4 exe over here. Great. Let's copy the link. It feels like I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall. But if it eventually works, it eventually works. Okay, let me copy the name of that file. Dead potato. This. 90% sure getting that DLL on there would work. The thing is that I can't get that I can't get that DLL. I can't get it very easily. So I'm gonna give this a try. If this doesn't work, maybe we can try something else. Okay, so we put the dead potato on there. That's a really big file. Anyways, how do we run the dead potato? Dead potato. Which DLL are we looking for? We're looking for the for some Visual Studio DLL. I think it's called. I'll answer in just a second. So dead potato CMD. Who am I? CMD. Dead potato shell. Let's try the shell. Is it just like that? Do I still have a shell? Hold on. So to Mulgars. Oh man, I've got too many windows open. We're looking for this DLL right here. It's called VC Runtime 140.ell. I'll paste in the chat. There you go. I I guess dead potato is not working. Melgar says, "Oh, that gets installed with the VC redistributable." This one, I think. Okay, well, if you've got one, let me copy the link. So it looks like the dead potato didn't work. Let's get out of here. Over here. Oh. This means I have to... It's inside the installer. Okay, okay. I mean, this means I need to install Visual Studio, right? Yeah, you need to install it in a box or extract it. Not sure how to extract it, though. I would need to install this on another Windows machine. Okay, well... That's not Visual Studio, it's just the redistributed package, okay. So the reverse shell.aspx, it can't find this file anymore. That's weird. Oh no, wait. Reverse... Yeah, wait. Pebble says if you want to risk it, you try the DLL Files website or do it yourself on Windows. Well, I mean, the DLL Files website could be okay because I'm working inside a virtual machine anyways, and I'm not working with any machines that I care about really. But I should probably, yeah, I don't know. It's getting kind of late for me, so I might be heading off pretty soon. But for some reason, this I can't find this file anymore. So I've got a file upload here, and reverse.aspx. Okay, so it works now. Let's see, www root. Okay. You can try the command. It looks simpler. Yeah. So it's dead potato. So the program ran. So that's good. Currently running as user NT authority system. Oh, okay, so we got it. We got it. We got system access because we're NT authority system here. But for some reason the interactive shell didn't work. So dead potato works. Thank you very much to who suggested dead potato? Was it Melgars? Melgars, thank you very much for. Wait, was it Melgars? Ronin suggested dead potato. Thank you very much to Ronin for suggesting the dead potato. Thank you very much. Mulgars, thank you very much as well for suggesting all the other stuff and providing the Spanish advice because I can't speak Spanish, but we've got NT authority system access, so we can read the flag and be finished. So let's do dead potato, and then let's read the flag with this, and that'll be that. So the command is going to be type C users administrator. Is it administrador? I think that's the name for Spanish. Root.txt. Huh? What? Type? Oh, you know what? I think I need to do it without the single quotes. So let me try that again. Desktop? Oh, desktop. Administrator desktop. Right. Let's try that again. Let's craft a command. So administrator desktop root.txt. Let's do it without the quotes because for some reason I don't think it liked the quotes. So let's copy this. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. Done. Let's redeem I'm root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
All right. Well, that was quite the journey. between having to manually reset the passwords for the users because the box is too old, and the box is too old and all the user passwords expired, and then looking for different potatoes and stuff. That was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, it is way past my dinner time, so I need to get some food. But thank you very much to everybody for sticking by and helping out with all sorts of useful advice. I really appreciate it because I am not very good at hacking Windows stuff, but we managed to get there in the end. But let's see who's streaming right now. We can raid somebody in the InfoSec community. So infosecstreamers.com. I'm the only one streaming in the category again. So let's go to Twitch, and let's see if the science stream is on, because they seem to be always on. Science stream is on. Everybody, science stream. Everybody, when you arrive at the science stream, I'm going to raid them in just a little bit. Please type in the chat Oreo Bite. Thank you very much for coming by with the brain emote. Thank you very much. Please type as the raid message hip hop hack with the OS frog, just like this. And I would really appreciate it if you could type that raid message when you arrive in there. Okay. So before we go, let's. I'll say one more time that I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And the next time I'm going to stream is going to be on Friday at around the same time. So let's do one last hack the planet before we go out.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
And yeah, thank you very much to good hackers like Ronin, Oreo Bite, Mulgars, Pebble, and who else was talking? You are all scholars and gentlemen, and we'll see you next time. Gosh darn it. Science streams. Okay.